I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show, and thank God it's Friday. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for joining us this beautiful morning. Let's see what's making the headlines today. Tinubu appoints Rama to replace Garuba as NERC chairman. Egbin Power challenges FBN Quest takeover move. Only 5 out of 23 local airlines control 75% air traffic in Nigeria, and this is according to Rwani. Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin to meet in coming days, Kremlin aide says. Emirates signs €5 million Bayern Munich deal to expand German market reach. Well, let's begin the news in Nigeria, where the President Bola Tinubu has nominated Abdullahi Garuba Ramat to replace Sanusi Garba as the new chairman of the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, according to a statement signed by the special advisor to the President, Bayo Onanuga. Ramat is expected to assume office in acting capacity pending a screening by the Senate as stipulated by the law. President Tinubu also nominated Abubakar Yusuf as Commissioner of Consumer Affairs and Fuad Olayinka Animashon as Commissioner of Finance and Management Services. Reacting to the appointment, Ramat extended appreciation to President Tinubu for the trust and opportunity to serve, signaling readiness to confront the country's persistent electricity challenges from this new national perch. Moving on, crises continue to deepen in the power sector following a report that KEPCO Energy Resources Nigeria Limited, the majority owner of Egbin Power PLC, had been placed under receivership after a creditor, FBN Quest Trustees Limited, moved to recover unpaid debt. In a public notice issued on Wednesday, the 7th of August, a senior advocate of Nigeria, Kunle Ogumba of Insolvency Forte, was appointed by the court as the receiver or manager to take control of KEPCO's assets, including its 70% stake in Egbin Power, which is Nigeria's largest thermal power plant. According to reports, the power entities debunked Ogumba's receivership claim, saying Egbin Power, Ikeja Electric PLC, and First Independent Power Limited remain fully operational, financially stable, and firmly under the control of their legitimate management. Ogumba revealed that the receivership followed a security deed signed in August 2013 and registered with the Corporate Affairs Commission in 2014, adding that the deed of appointment was formally filed with the CAC in June 2025. In his words, all debtors, financial institutions, and regulatory agencies have been instructed to freeze any dealings with KEPCO's assets until further notice. And still on, the Chief Executive Officer of Financial Derivatives Company, Bismarck Ruwane, has revealed that only 5 airlines out of the 23 active domestic airlines in Nigeria control 75% of domestic traffic in the country. Ruwane announced this on Thursday in Lagos at the 29th edition of the annual conference of the League of Airport and Aviation Correspondents, insisting that domestic passenger traffic had declined for the second straight year to 11.5 million in 2024, while the air transport sector contracted by 0.81% in the first quarter of 2025, showing the 6th consecutive quarterly decline. The economist added that only 20 out of the 32 airports were considered viable in 2024, while 92 to 96% of traffic flows through just 4 airports, and attributing some of these challenges to poor infrastructure in the industry. To end the local news, the Chief Executive Officer of the Afrexim Bank-backed African Medical Center for Excellence, Brian Diva, says the dearth of data is a critical challenge holding Nigeria back from leading in quality and accessible health care. Speaking at the BusinessDay Health Conference in Abuja, Diva expressed concern that data has remained one of the most underutilized tools in Nigeria and Africa, stressing that no country can improve what it doesn't measure. Diva warned that other countries will define Nigeria's health priority if the country does not collect, protect, and use data. The AMCE boss urged Nigeria to strive for excellence, stressing that good enough is not an enemy of excellence, while insisting that healthcare should not be an exercise in lowered expectations. And on the foreign scene, a Kremlin official has confirmed that the United States President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin are preparing to meet in coming days as a U.S. deadline approaches for Russia to agree to a ceasefire in its war on Ukraine or face economic penalties. Kremlin advisor Yuri Shevov revealed that a Trump-Putin meeting could happen as early as next week in a location which has been chosen and would be revealed at a later stage. Putin named the United Arab Emirates as one of the possible venues for a meeting with Trump, calling it a suitable location for high-level talks. The Russian president also addressed the possibility of meeting Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, saying that he is not totally against the idea. And also, the Zambian government has dismissed claims of dangerous pollution in the Copperbelt mining region following safety concerns raised by the United States Embassy. The U.S. Embassy on Wednesday, August 7th, issued a health alert ordering the immediate withdrawal of its personnel in Kitwe town and nearby areas due to concerns of widespread contamination of water and soil linked to a February spill at the Sino Metals mine. Reports show that the spill happened when a tailings dam used to store toxic waste and heavy metals collapsed into the Kafue River, a key drinking water source following heavy rain. The United States Embassy, however, revealed that there was new information concerning the extent of hazardous and carcinogenic substances. And now to sport, Emirates has sealed a €5 million a year platinum partnership with Bayern Munich after missing out on the club's premium shirt sponsorship, which was retained by Deutsche Telekom in a deal reportedly worth €65 million per season. The massive gap in value, which is 13 times Emirates' investment, reportedly highlights the difference between top-tier visibility and second commercial status. Shirt sponsorship has remained the most coveted asset in football marketing, offering unparalleled exposure in every match photo, highlight reel, and trophy celebration. Despite not landing the deal, Emirates' decision to stay undiscussed the airline's belief in Bayern's global influence as the Bundesliga giants continue to be one of Europe's most successful and recognizable clubs with massive international reach. To end the news, victorious Super Falcons goalie Chiamaka Nnadozie and coach Justin Madugu have received nominations for the 2025 Ballon d'Or. Nnadozie was nominated for the Women's Yashin Trophy, while Madugu was nominated for the Women's Team Coach of the Year trophy. The Brighton goalkeeper was among the 5 women shortlists, including Anne-Catherine Berger of Germany and Gotham FC, the Keita Cole of FC Barcelona, Anna Hampton of England, and Daphne van Domsela of Arsenal. The former Paris FC shortstopper was part of the Super Falcons squad that recently won the Women's Africa Cup of Nations after defeating the host country Morocco following a brilliant comeback at the final in Rabat on July 26, 2025. And that does us this morning on the BDTV Breakfast News. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is the newspaper review. Do stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get away from Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Hello and welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped our economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obodna, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, August 8th.
On this day in 1908, Wright brothers publicly showed off their flying machine for the first time. The human airflight pioneers displayed their flying machine and its capabilities at a race course at Le Mans, France, 5 years after they made their first successful flight in 1903. The flight, piloted by Wilbur, lasted only 1 minute and 45 seconds, captured the imagination of the audiences and silenced their critics and doubters. And on this day in 1967, Asian was founded, The Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, is an economic and political organization which was formed by the heads of Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Singapore, and Thailand signed the Bangkok Declaration. The purpose of the organization is to promote regional peace and stability and encourage economic development in the region. Today, ASEAN has 10 member states. They include Indonesia, Vietnam, Laos, Brunei, Thailand, Myanmar, the Philippines, Cambodia, Singapore, and Malaysia. And finally, on this day in 1974, Nixon announced his resignation. The 37th President of the United States, Richard Nixon's resignation came as a response to the Watergate scandal. The scandal erupted after it was revealed that Nixon government was involved in the cover-up of a break-in of the Democratic National Committee headquarters at the Watergate complex. The revelations prompted the Congress to initiate impeachment proceedings against Nixon. His resignation made him the first president in American history to resign while in office.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Oboda. Thank you for watching BDTV.
watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and now we are on for the newspaper review this morning on the show. And I'm joined this morning by Mr. Joshua Bassi, our very own editorial director here at Business Day Television. Welcome to the show, Mr. Bassi.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Happy Friday. Let me start by saying happy Friday.
Yeah, happy Friday. Thank God it's Friday.
Thank God it's Friday. Let's see what we have on the front page of the paper this morning. Hopefully it seems like something for a Friday. Now, the big story on the Business Day paper, starting off with the Business Day paper this one, says, inside Nigeria's multi-billion naira plantain business. It says farmers, agripreneurs share success stories, innovations, and resilience. And that's obviously a series that Business Day has been carrying out for a while now. Then the other story here on the Business Day front page this morning says, federal government 712 billion naira Lagos airport funding model draws criticisms. And then another story still on the front page here says policy, data, welfare gaps, stalling health sector reforms. Mr. Bassi, do you want to start off? Let's start off with the big one there, inside Nigeria's multi-billion naira plantain business.
Yeah, Elizabeth, thank you once again. Good morning, viewers. This is, Business Day has been doing sort of a series in the last couple of weeks in the, the agricultural sector. And today is actually about plantain and what is going on in that value chain. Now maybe perhaps before actually talking about the story itself, I think one must commend the Business Day editorial team for a fantastic job they've been doing, bringing out these various opportunities, investment opportunity that exists within the agricultural the agricultural industry sector. Because the other time it was just, I think a couple of days ago, I think it was palm oil production that we were talking about, and then that kind of open people's eye to the opportunity that exists in that sector for people to be able to invest and make money. And you recall in that story, you actually talk about the fact that the two biggest producers of palm oil in Nigeria, Okumu and then Presco PLC, made a working profit after tax of about 136 billion, up from about 5.1 billion in 2019. And so first half of 2025, we're talking about 136 billion just the profit after tax by these two biggest producers of palm oil in Nigeria. And that was palm oil. And you also recall some time ago we talked about cassava. So today actually it's about plantain. And you would have thought that ordinary thing, people just plantain. How can people make such money? But that's what it is on Business Day Business Day front page today.
This
so
morning.
you discover that plantain itself is a big business in Nigeria now, and of course this thing is being driven by demand, and this demand is population is at the bottom of it all. For a country as size, a country of over 200 million people, I mean, these things are just the kind of thing that you see. People are demanding. People are eating plantain, and then that opens opportunity for people who are planting plantain to make really good money. Just last week, my wife wanted to buy a bunch, plantain, and they were calling 14,000 naira. And I was like, so I'm not surprised that the story today in Business Day is actually pointing to the opportunity that exists in the plantain plantation.
Yes.
So really, just to say that for people who are looking for where to invest, I mean, that's another window of investment that you have there that Business Day has highlighted on the front page today. I mean, it's what it is.
Also, just to encourage everyone who could be watching this morning to grab a copy of the Business Day paper to be able to, read up on these success stories, the innovations, the resilience of these people. You probably borrow some inspiration from it, and also perhaps start your own.
Absolutely, exactly what Business Day is trying to tell you. I mean, because the demand, as highlighted in the story, is about we have a demand of over 5,000 tons, and we are able only to do 4,000 tons. So that you see that we have a gap of over 1,000 tons, which people just still need to. More people get into that sector to produce. So it means that we can't even meet demand. So mean that there's a window of opportunity for people who want to go into that industry and make money planting. It's a good one.
Yeah, let's move to the next story on the front page this morning. Still, it says federal government 712 billion naira Lagos airport funding model draws criticisms. I don't know how much you know. How much do you know about this story of the airport funding model drawing criticisms? Have you been following up with it?
Yeah, there are people who believe that the money is too much,
outrageous.
But the minister of the minister of aviation, Festus Keyamo, has defended it. Well, I don't want to because I don't within that space. I don't know how much of the equipment, how much of the what they want to do there, all of that. But criticism is expected when you mention money, and then again. That people have also said that, look, we need to actually turn the airport around to be able to give it that level of, ambience, that level of this level of infrastructure that you find in the international airport. If you travel out of the country, we need to have to replicate that here, and I think that's what Minister of Aviation, the federal government, is trying to do. I mean, my own and this is my opinion. So, if provided that. At the end of the day, we won't come back to say, despite the huge sum of money that has been sunk into this sector, we haven't still been able to see an airport that is good enough, that is of international standards. So if they're going to use the money to do what they say they will do, and they actually will go ahead and do it such that you are proud to see this airport by the time it's turned around. I mean, all well and good, but people believe that perhaps the money is just too much. Maybe it could be done with less money, just like the story of the International Conference Center in Abuja. That was so much money. I think that one was about 31 billion for innovation. So there was criticism. Government defended it, but for me, we just want something good. Something that will serve. Something that we can be proud of. So. That would be my take on that.
Right. And the last story here on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning says, policy, data, and welfare gaps stalling health sector reforms as Tinubu's executive order on farmer cuts production cost by 12%. So basically, inside the story, it's talking about infrastructural policies, and the absence of, data hindering healthcare sector reforms. And we know that we've been talking a lot about our health sector of late and how much needs to be invested into that sector. So now we're seeing another hindrance to perhaps the reform in that sector. I don't know how much hindrance should these gaps supposedly be posing to the sector. If we're talking policy, data, welfare gaps. I think welfare gaps, yes, but policy data, should they really be one of the things really hindering reforms right now?
Yeah, this was at Business Day, held conference, held in
yesterday.
Abuja yesterday, where stakeholders gathered to actually talk about this thing, mention this thing. And I mean, they were right. I mean, they're right. So because you wouldn't be able to actually plan anything, Elizabeth, without actually having proper data, because it's data that shows you where the gaps are. It's data that point to you what you need to do. I mean, there's a gap here, there's a gap here, there's a shortfall here, and all of those. For you to be able to actually then go, and then attend to those, bridge those gaps. It is data that will point you to where those gaps are. But absence of data, that's one of the things that they pointed out yesterday. So meaning that we need to do a lot in that sector, I mean, to be able to actually, use proper data to be able to design policies. You understand? Because you need the data to be able to design. Data will show you what you need to do, where the gaps are. Okay, so you use that data to actually design policies, healthcare policies that will be able to address those gaps. So it is quite correct as I pointed out before. For instance, if you want to know, let's take for instance, how many Nigerians, for instance, are down with malaria every month. You could actually, if you have appropriate data, you could be able to know that. And then if you know that, you'll be able to then design policies to be able to, how many people are down with maybe all those kind of health, let's say cardiovascular diseases. What's the number of Nigerians that are down with cardiovascular diseases every month or yearly? You understand? So when you have data pointing those out, then you'll be able to design policies, and then you'll be able to know, okay, how many hospitals can we build to take care of this? How many healthcare professionals can we engage to take care of this? So data is quite important to be able to plan. And then, of course, in terms of welfare, because they also mentioned issue of welfare, right. That one, we've been talking about that one forever. I mean, which is the reason why you see our healthcare professionals, moving out of the country, the Japan pain, people don't want to stay because they realize that what they earn here, or even in terms of even infrastructure that they need to work, are not readily available to them to be able to do what they need to do, be able to offer the kind of service that they believe they should offer to their patients, and so they move. So it is clearly what it is, which we talked about yesterday. So we need data to be able to plan. We need proper healthcare facility that we need. In terms of welfare too, we need people to be proper healthcare professionals. In terms of welfare, we need their welfare to be top notch for them to be able to stay and then provide.
Exactly, absolutely. When we talk about healthcare, welfare for healthcare providers is completely important. But let's go to the Punch paper this morning, starting off with the biggest story here, still on the WAEC, the governing body for the WASE examinations, which is WAEC, which is the West Africa Examinations Council, says WAEC in crisis over results errors. That's on the front page of the Punch this morning. It says glitch great. Candidate urged to recheck new results after 48 hours. Students protest. Parents slam CBT plans. Obviously, this is on the back of the recent results which were showed about a 38-point-something% decline from last year's performance.
Which was described as the worst in 10 years.
Yes, worst in 10 years. And now we're coming back again. I think there's been so much back and forth when it comes to these WASE results. If you ask me, there's been or why the examination till the results itself, and now they're coming back again. Okay, now they're saying when the previous news, when we saw how much or how badly the student performed, it was ascribed to the new format they said they devised, and they said students were not able to cheat. Yes, they said students were not able to cheat. now in the same breath they're coming back to say there was a glitch, students to recheck. I think it's weird and just unheard of, because someone who probably had seen, I don't know, maybe a very abysmal score now goes back, you see something like that, or some like, oh, what's really good? I think that they're just it looks like they don't have their game tight. That's how it looks.
They don't have their game tight. So really, a little bit glitch or technical glitch, has become our national language in Nigeria now from 2023, when I first said there was a technical glitch, and so people could not view a result on the IRF. Then we recall JAM 2. We also had this same issue with JAM. There was technical glitch, and then today is YA. So unfortunately, that's what it has become. But yeah, but what this has actually done to this exam is to take away its credibility. Because if a student had, because there are people who, when they check earlier, discovered that this was their score, and then you remember the site, was actually shut down. As a student could no longer check, and so you go back and check again, and then you discover that you don't have something higher, or you have something a lower mark compared to what you checked before. So that automatically brings lack of credibility into the result, and because you'll be wondering, is it my performance, or is it that why is dashing me mark, or is it really, or you can't really. So, which is the reason why this thing needs to be done properly once and for all. And I don't know. I do not also know any reason why YA will not do proper check and then check the back end of your system and ensure that the result that you want to release is the final result you want to release. You understand? So once you release it and you know that is it, rather than you release the first one and then you come around to say, sorry, there were some technical issues and then errors, and then you again upload something different. So, because that automatically
it's
brings,
ridiculous, because there are some parents would have already been scolding their children. So it just doesn't make sense, because it just makes everything look disorganized. A parent that was saying, what did you do? And then this comes now, and then they go check, what if it's higher? And then the child feels some sort of resentment for their
there are people who are saying that just kind of because of the criticism that
so it seems like they're just trying to
trying to just save their face
with all of these things, exactly,
which is, like I said, it brings lack of credibility into the whole thing.
Yes.
Because at the end of the day, as a parent, you are not even
sure
that what your child has got is what he or she truly deserves to get.
Yes.
You understand? Which is why you take it, and that's where it start from, because from there it goes up to the tertiary level. So it's not just
doesn't enough. Look credible, really.
And I think so. The message that look for God's sake, YA. If you're gonna release your result, check and recheck your back, and then ensure that once you release that result, that is the final. You understand? So because that's brings credibility to it. So instead of back and forth,
I wanted to go into the papers. Yes, I wanted also go into the papers very quickly and see what the 10-year trend was like, because on the front page here, I think it's also important for the viewers to also just have this information. So it shows a 10-year trend. Previously the information was this was the worst in 10 years, the worst result that they've seen in 10 years. So now we're seeing a 10-year trend from 2016. So it's showing the percentage. So in 2016 it was 52.9% success rate, which is the failure rate was 47.3. 2017 it was 59.2% success rate. 2018 was 48.1% success rate. 2019 was 64.1% success rate. 2020 was 65.2% success rates. 2021 was 81.7 success rate. 2022 was 76.3 success rate. 2023 was 79.8 success rate. 2024 was 72.1 success rate, and 2025 was 38.3 success rate. But I looked at the highest. Yes, I looked at the highest, and I saw it was 2021, and I wondered what could have happened in 2021, because at 2021 we went from 52%, 48%, 65 to, that's additional 20 to 81% success rate. So I wondered what really happened in 2021. I remember that 2020 was the year of COVID.
Yeah, it was.
So does it mean that students were home and they were reading, or there was this eagerness to study when they were back to school? Because it can't just, it couldn't have just happened. Like, we have to look at what happened in 2021 that led to that spike.
Yeah, I think that's what maybe education correspondents should be able to dig into to actually find out what's actually led to that spike in that year. So like you said, there was the COVID. Is it that students were maybe students were at home reading more?
Parents were able to supervise and guide, yes.
Give their best, because everybody was at home.
Yes, everyone was home.
Yeah, the parents, the children, everybody, was at home. Maybe that bonding could have helped.
Yes.
And of course there was also at that time, that was when we also had this online coaching.
Exactly.
A lot of online coaching.
Exactly. And that brings me to something that I've been thinking about. Oftentimes we look at the educational sector. I see people in the homeschooling environment, and they are advocates, they are proponents for the fact that homeschooling is much better than the regular education. So when I looked at this report and I saw 2021, I said to myself, could they really have a point here? Maybe there's this synergy between being home and learning, because it even goes back to what I mean, because we have to think about the times. What makes you really successful is understanding what makes a time more successful. You can't be making use of what was obtainable in 1960 in 2025, or in 1940 in 2025. Perhaps, who knows? Because I think this, like you said, the team needs to do a research on this, because perhaps maybe now there is a better link between learning and learning from home. It's possible, because I have people that are in the homeschooling, and they will say that the students who do homeschooling are way better than the ones who do it in the classroom. And when I looked at this 2021 result, I said to myself, because a lot of people, I remember my niece, they were doing Zoom lessons, this one, and I remember how the mom would say, 12 o'clock, we have to do this, we have to do this, we have to do that. So it's possible.
At home, the parents are involved.
Yes.
And then children tend to fear their parents. So sit down there, read your book, they kind of let me just do what my mom, let me just do what my dad is telling me to do. They tend to concentrate.
I think it's not just the fear, it's the respect, and also the fact that you are within your comfort zone. You know that when you're done, maybe you go and eat, all those things. So maybe this also tells parents something, that there needs to be that.
Yeah.
There needs to be that link if you really want your children to succeed.
Yeah. And that the parents need to be more
involved. Exactly. Yeah. If you really want your children.
Not leaving it to the teachers in the classroom.
Yes. Let's go quickly to see what we have on the front page of the Vanguard this month. It says heavy floods to hit 198 local government in 31 states. Federal government warns us. It says more than 832 communities at risk. Over 100 major transportation routes face possible disruptions. Lagos government molds humanitarian intervention in affected communities. Roads Vival slams government over victims' eviction order. That's the big story on the front page of Vanguard this morning. And we also see Value Jet airline drama. Federal government slams 6 months no-fly ban on K1. That came out from yesterday. WAEC apologizes over technical glitches. We already talked on that. I was removed as governor for refusing to make UBA Uba my deputy. This is from Ingige. And on Unwodo says Nigeria may break up before 2027. On page 41, yes, on page 41, it says telecoms blackout looms as base station operators and diesel suppliers battle. I just want us to quickly touch on this heavy flood, the warning. Are we really to be warned right now? Because we've been getting like when I see this header, I think to myself, who are we warning? Like where are we supposed to go to?
Question, where are we supposed to go to?
Because when you warn, what are we supposed to do?
Of course, again, where are we supposed to go to? It's just for, as it is today, it's just for individuals and families to actually take their own destiny.
So what should they do? What should they really do?
Like it's okay. Because, for instance, you hear Lagos State government say, if you are living in a flood-prone area, move.
Evacuate.
Evacuate to a safer place, because the NIMET has warned that we're going to have more rain, we're going to have more flood. So if you live in an area where you are not too sure that in a lowland area where the flood is going to really pose a threat, I think just find a way to move. Where do you move to?
It's not as easy as that. We have a housing problem in Nigeria, clearly. Let's even start from Lagos, because look at the rider. It also talked about over 100 major transportation routes face possible disruption. So it's also going to affect transportation. So it's just putting everybody, and it seems to me like it's like coming to a house that the housekeeper or the house owner didn't do everything right. Then I'm now the one now facing all of this, the threats to my life. What's the housekeeper doing?
But you see, some of this thing, it's just that the way it is, a lot of time, because this flooding, right, is an annual thing. Every year, this thing. I think that there's a part that
so should we normalize it?
The government need to actually play here. So before every rainy season where we face this threat of flood, government should always find a way, to ensuring that when it comes, for instance, you could have a temporary arrangement. Because I remember, I think it was under Fashola in Lagos State. I mean, just Lagos State. Let's use Lagos State for instance. There was this temporary arrangement that was made around Igondo, where people who who face threat of flood were asked to go and then temporarily stay, and then until the flood receded before they went back to their homes. I think there could be this sort of arrangement. Apart from just telling people to move, there should be a place where they can move to. But I'm also saying that in the event that government has not provided a place for you to move to, look, I mean, you need to be alive, to be able to do whatever it is you want to do in the future. So if government has not provided a place for you, you just find a place to move to.
Right.
I mean, you can't stay in your family in an area where flood is coming, and then the life of your children is at risk. So you just find a way to move. That's it's just unfortunate that states are not also doing enough. If you see some of these states, for instance, you talk about Niger State, talk about some of these states, every year this thing happens without the state government doing enough to mitigate this thing. So it's just for state government to wake up and do more than what they've been doing. We've not seen much of
their interventions. Right. We have to go now, but let's see very quickly what we have on the cartoon of the day. Today is quite interesting and so thought-provoking what we have this morning. I'm seeing something that shows now that's a shed, like a trader, of course, goods, and then the woman says, yes, customer, sardine is 1,200 and egg is 3,500 naira per crate. And then the buyer, who is clearly starved, says, no problem, no problem, madam. Let me use the ATM, I'll be back. And then you see on the other side, he's weeping. It says there is problem, and it's just showing the situation of things right now in Nigeria.
And then you can also see that his pockets, so
empty.
So he empty his pocket and there's actually nothing there. So he can't buy. I'm not for this cartoon is actually speaking to inflation.
Yes.
So he went to find out the price, and then he's been told the price. But obviously, he doesn't have the money to buy. So it's okay. In order just to cover his shame, so to say, so let me go use it.
I'll be back.
But he moves away knowing that he cannot buy.
Right.
And of course, he can see.
And this is almost every one of us. That's the reality.
That's the reality right now.
That's the reality.
For a lot of Nigerians,
Really pathetic. But anyway, we have to wrap it up right now on the newspaper review. We just saw our cartoon of the day. We went from the Business Day paper, which is where you find all of your business news and insight. You must grab a copy or head over to www.businessday.ng to read more on those stories. Very insightful. And then we moved on to the Punch paper this morning, on to the Vanguard paper, and of course we saw what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning. Up next is Business Morning. Just stay with us.
say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money. Good morning and welcome to the Friday edition of Business Morning here on Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze.
And I'm Destiny Momo. Thank you for starting your day with us.
Right, let's move to the first conversation for today. We turn our attention to a very issue, quite literally, that has both economic and environmental consequences for Nigeria. Despite being a leading oil producer, Nigeria is once again ranked second globally in gas flaring, according to recent data from the World Bank. This means billions of cubic feet of natural gas are going up in flames, gas that could otherwise power homes, industry, and generate much needed revenue for the country.
Now the question is, why is this still happening in 2025, despite years of pledges, regulations, and even penalties? Who is accountable, and how much is this costing us? Not just in dollars, but in lives, livelihoods, and also climate impacts.
And to help us unpack the implication, the root causes, and the possible solution, we're joined by Obinna Ejianya, is the CEO, Nine Communication Limited, and is also a media practitioner. Good morning, Obinna. Thank you so much for joining us.
We're so glad to have you, Mr. Obinna.
Yeah, it's my pleasure once again. I would say good evening from Melbourne, Australia.
Right. Good evening. Let's now go straight into it. Let's start with the basics. Can you give us a sense of the scale of gas flaring in Nigeria right now? And how much gas are we actually flaring? And what does it translate to in monetary form or in energy terms?
It costs us a lot monetarily, economically, but my major concern also encompasses the health hazard it poses to the people of Nigeria, the host communities that have these gas plants and all that, oil wells where you have this flaring going on. You know, there are a lot of hazards, a lot of health implications aside the economic implication. But talking about the economic impact and the implications, it's costing us a lot. So I will estimate that we are losing almost $1 billion in terms of gas flaring. So, and all those money, being a country, an underdeveloped country like Nigeria, I think we should not allow any opportunity to save money or to increase the income of the country should be encouraged instead of discouraged. So we're losing a lot economically and otherwise.
Okay, so why does Nigeria consistently rank so high in global gas flaring statistics, despite having anti-flaring regulations in place?
So, as you can see that Nigeria is a country where impunity thrives. And having said that, you see recently what happened at the airports, you know. So people take law into their hand. People do everything they can, knowing that they can get away with it. they play around the law, they bend the laws, and they, to work according to their own how they play. So it's not like like other developing or developed countries. We don't have laws or regulations in place. We have those things in place, but the problem is in Nigeria, we believe more in rhetorics other than in practicality. So we make laws, and then there are people who live above those laws, and the laws are not implemented or enforced. So that is the problem. We have, like, as you can see, there are many measures that Nigeria are following, because we have ministers, we have heads of departments whose job is to, make sure that this flaring and all those losses are mitigated or saved in a way. But because of the impunity, because of lack of adherence to the law, so you find out that the World Bank or IMF or international communities will give us guidelines, and we try to play by the rule and to maintain what is obtainable in other developed countries. But back home, when we come back home, we sweep those things under the carpet, and they are not implemented. That is why you see how much have been voted. Even Shell, at a point, Shell gave a lot of money to help in all those riverine areas where we have oil wells, to maintain the environment, to clean the environment. So, and all those things, they put money. In fact, Nigeria borrow money. Nigeria received funds from the World Bank in this program to enhance the reduction of oil flaring. But at the end of the day, we don't see we don't see those things being done.
All right. Can you explain to us the opportunity cost? What could Nigeria be doing with this gas instead of flaring it?
So instead of flaring gas, as you can see, I encourage President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in some areas where he tried to, introduce this CNG, compressed natural gas things, which comes from methane. So I encourage him for that. However, it's not the best way to go, but at least he's following the recommendations from the World Bank, because that is part of recommendation when we're seeking for loans, to follow some kind of rules. So, but that is one aspect of the things we could do to save. But I want us to channel more on, on the liquefied, what is it called, petroleum something, LPG for cooking gas. I think that's what developed countries are doing. They, like Russia, Russia supply cooking gas to Europe. So I think we'll focus more on that one than the one for driving the vehicles. So there are many ways we could save these gases instead of flaring them. A lot of ways, and we borrow money. Many times Nigeria borrow money, but we do not, put those monies into the right places, into the right use. I think as an investor, if we borrow money and put it into saving the gas that we flare and putting them into those areas where we save money, like, majorly the LPG, the liquefied petroleum gas, I think that will save us a lot of money, and that will also create jobs, create jobs, and there will be more companies that will come up to major in the processing of this kind of gas and all that. And so economically, I think it's a good way for Nigeria to go. and there, I know Nigerian, there are many people who will be willing to invest in that aspect.
All right, now beyond the economic loss, what is the environmental toll of gas flaring on local communities and even Nigeria's climate commitments?
Yes, that is even the major concern that I have. Major concern, because if you see among other countries, Russia is there, USA also is involved in gas flaring to some quota, but they do it in a way that also save the environment, you know, but those things are causing a lot of health hazard. If you go to some, you know, in the South, you see the black carbon, you know, the emission is something, is destructive, I would say. So I think the environmental aspect of it is the major issue that gas flaring has on Nigeria. Because, okay, talk of the agricultural aspect, it destroys the land where, because when you flare the gas, it releases a lot of things. It releases methane, releases carbon dioxide, and black carbon. Black carbon is the major one. You know, I've heard from a colleague here in Australia who has a house in Port Harcourt, and it happened that the area where they live, there's this kind of, you know, black something in the air, so that over time they gather together to form some. So those things are very toxic. There are health hazards that these things encompass as well. So these are the reason why the government must, apart from the economic waste impact, the health impact, and the agricultural hazard, and you know, there are a lot of problems that this thing carry.
Right, so we've had various deadlines, and I'm talking 2008, 2020, and now 2023 for ending gas flaring. So why do you think this target keeps shifting?
The target keeps shifting because, like I said before, we believe in rhetorics, we believe in speaking. You know, we want to talk like you see how our politicians, they believe in, you know, convincing you other than doing the right thing so that you are convinced by yourself. So it keeps shifting because during the budgeting, they will vote money to do all these things. There are laws in place, there are regulations in place, there are policies and programs in place to check all these things. But the implementation is the problem. So it boils down to that impunity and corruption that exists in our country. And because there are no, you know, room for checks and balances. So people are not checked. There's no transparency to control, to make sure that people play by the rule. So that is the problem. People don't play by the rule. They just make the rules, but they don't abide by it. So that's why it keeps lingering. That's why the problem even gets worse. Because every year, like this, all these hazards that we see that come from gas flaring, they get worse by every year. They get worse.
So now, are existing penalties and regulations not stringent enough, or is enforcement the real problem?
Yeah, the real problem is enforcement and corruption. Because some of these big companies, the international companies, they know how to play around rules in Nigeria. So when they know the organization or whatever department that could come for it, they know how much to settle these organizations or these departments that come to check for these things. So every year they map out some amount of money to pay, to settle. So once they settle, you know, those that will enforce the law will just turn a blind eye to what is going wrong. So that is the thing.
Right. So how much of this flaring is being done by international oil companies versus indigenous firms? Are there differences in the compliance levels?
I don't see differences in compliance level because the international companies as well, they are also guilty of that practice. Like I said, they prefer to pay because actually, you know, it takes a lot of money to if you want to save this gas that's being burnt, if you want to put things in place to save it, you have to invest a lot more. You have to invest a lot more, but at long run, you gain it. So it's a long-term investment if you really want to save the gas, you know. So, but what these companies do, the international companies, they decide to spend some stipends. It may run in millions of dollars, but to them, it's still small. And our local organizations that should check these companies, they just get all these monies, all these payments, and then let the international companies. So the local companies, because you know that local companies, their productivity or their production level is far more low compared to the international companies. So you can't compare the amount of gas that's flared by these international companies to that of the local companies. So except you want to talk about Dangote this time, which is a big player right now. But other than him, the local companies are very, you know, their productivity are very low.
Okay. Now, have we seen any success stories, companies or fields where gas flaring has been significantly reduced? Do you think there is any?
Every country is fighting to, you know, play by the rule and reduce because of the climate change issues. So every country, because the international community has an eagle eye on every other country. So developed countries are doing everything, especially here in Australia. We are embracing more of greener energy than fossil fuel source of power energy. So a lot of countries are doing a lot to reduce, especially containing the emissions. They do a lot, they invest a lot to contain the emission, even though they're still flaring, but they contain the emission in a very safe way. So that is where we, in Nigeria, we have to start from there as well. Even the gas flaring, before we could control it completely, we'll make sure that this flaring is done in a safer way. So because you can't, you need to go to these places for you to really know how bad it is.
All right. So Nigeria launched the gas flare commercialization program. What's the status of that initiative? Is this yielding results?
For now, the only big player I would say is the federal government of Nigeria, and you know, they're building containers where they convert these gases to the is it LNPG or what, for vehicles. So that's the only one that I've known that is, you know, yielding a better result. So which I'm also advising that we should increase more of liquefied petroleum gas, the LPG for cooking gas.
Now, what technologies or strategies are even available right now that could drastically cut flaring if it is properly being implemented?
Yeah, I think for the technology that I will suggest for Nigeria right now is mostly I don't see, because in the south, the pipeline busting is a big problem. There was a time the federal government wanted to build pipeline from the south to the north, and I followed that up, but I don't know how far they've gone for now. So,
okay. So finally, Mr. Obina, what would it take politically, economically, and even technologically for Nigeria to truly achieve zero flaring by 2030?
Well, I don't see us achieving zero flaring by 2020, according to that, the recommendation of World Bank. I don't see it happening, but, if we can make headway and achieve, some level of reduction, that will, be good as well. So because 2030 is how many years from now? About 6. So we haven't even started in the right direction. So I think, first of all, if we have enough organizations like NGOs, international NGOs, or other pressure groups that could act independently as a watchdog on the other companies, because you see that the government, those in the government agencies are compromised already. So politically, I just want to say things the way they are. Politically, you see that Nigeria is, if you belong to us, you can do whatever you want. That is what's going on. So there should be an independent watchdog, an NGO, an international NGO that will and can be able to monitor these processes and see that at least the international companies, they play by the rule, because those ones are afraid, to face international laws. So, but if you leave it in the hand of our own local government agencies, I think the endemic corruption won't let it see the light of the day. So it will just be the same merry-go-round.
Thank you so much, Mr. Obina Ejiaya. He's the CEO, 9 Communications Limited, and also a media practitioner. Thank you for your time on Business Morning this morning.
Thank you so much, sir. We really appreciate your time.
It's my pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you.
And that's the much
Good
we
night.
can.
Yep.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yep.
And that's the much we can take on Business Morning today. Up next is Big Story. My name is Destiny Mama.
And my name is Deborah Eze. Keep watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped our economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obodna, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, August 8th.
On this day in 1908, Wright brothers publicly showed off their flying machine for the first time. The human airflight pioneers displayed their flying machine and its capabilities at a race course at Le Mans, France, 5 years after they made their first successful flight in 1903. The flights, piloted by Wilbur, lasted only 1 minute and 45 seconds, captured the imagination of the audiences and silenced their critics and doubters. And on this day in 1967, Asian was founded, The Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, is an economic and political organization which was formed by the heads of Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Singapore, and Thailand signed the Bangkok Declaration. The purpose of the organization is to promote regional peace and stability and encourage economic development in the region. Today, ASEAN has 10 member states. They include Indonesia, Vietnam, Laos, Brunei, Thailand, Myanmar, the Philippines, Cambodia, Singapore, and Malaysia. And finally, on this day in 1974, Nixon announced his resignation. The 37th President of the United States, Richard Nixon's resignation came as a response to the Watergate scandal. The scandal erupted after it was revealed that Nixon government was involved in the cover-up of the break-in of the Democratic National Committee headquarters at the Watergate complex. The revelations prompted the Congress to initiate impeachment proceedings against Nixon. His resignation made him the first president in American history to resign while in office.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Oboda. Thank you for watching BDTV.
issues we have in Nigeria are not difficult. It's not new. It's something we've seen elsewhere, and the best way to bring a solution or to actually make sure that those problems don't exist anymore is for all of us to agree that we want to make Nigeria and hub, a destination for tourism in Africa. And also we have the resources, we have the manpower, and we have the culture to actually make that happen. So as long as both private and public sector can agree and can say to themselves, it's possible, this is possible, I'm sure we're going to excel at it. Educate the public, let everybody know that Nigeria is a hub, is a place where people can come to and actually have fun and actually learn about culture, about food, about music and movie. People are already excited about those anyway. So if we, put our hands together, both the public and the private sector, I'm sure we can do a good job of making sure that those problems don't exist anymore. So one of the things they can do is, for example, tax holiday, for very serious tourism company, tour companies who want to actually welcome people into Nigeria. Security will be good, top of the list. Fixing our airports, let it be warm, welcoming. Let people come in freely, not harassed by any, law enforcement at the airport will help. Making sure that we have good infrastructure in place, electricity, good roads, and all that. These things are not difficult, So if we can just, take our time and make sure that these things are in place, I'm sure we will do a good job of improving the quality of tourist experience when they come to Nigeria. So what we try to do is because of the peculiar nature of our business, because our business we're just not a tour company, we're a company that wants people to have good experience when they go on holiday. So one of the things that we do is that we try to showcase and try to bridge the gap that poor infrastructure and lack of security, created in welcoming people into Nigeria. So we do that by providing those infrastructure privately, making sure that we use the best of the hotels that have 24/7 electricity, making sure that we use air-conditioned buses, making sure that we take them to interesting places, we will watch over them, we try to make sure that they have a good time. Anytime they have Nigeria, they have no reason to fear. We control places they go. We do our due diligence and make sure that wherever our customers go, they don't have any complaints. So by the time they go back and tell everybody else, it looks like, okay, it's a different country that I went to, not Nigeria. Well, I can see the effort, I can see the interest, I can see the desire for people to want to grow tourism in Nigeria, and that's good. That's the beginning, but that's the way it ends. We need to keep this conversation going. Let's not end it here at this conference. It's a good thing that BusinessDay has decided to pick this up. I'm excited about it, that people are focusing on tourism, but we need to keep the conversation going. When we go back to our offices, when we go back to our circle, some government officials are here, some people who know people in high places are here. Let's keep the conversation going. Let's keep talking about it. The more we talk about it, the more we discuss it, people will definitely, people that we need to respond will respond, and they will do something about that. We'll see the change that we're looking for.
Inclusive tourism is to have everybody into consideration when you design, when you develop anything that has to do with tourism. So inclusive of people, for example, with disabilities, inclusive of women, inclusive of local communities, inclusive of people that are different from us, the diversity that we're talking about. That is what we're talking about when we're talking about inclusive tourism. The government has to always provide the framework where we all operate. What is important is for the government not to put an excess burden in the operations and ease the way we're doing business. So all these double taxations, triple taxations, fees, levies, and all these kind of things, they have to be streamlined in a way that will empower the industry rather than hindering it. The major takeaway from today is that tourism and hospitality becomes a headline, becomes a hardcore point of discussion. It's an industry that can only grow, an industry that can provide Nigeria extreme growth and extreme development.
Inclusive tourism is ensuring that you partner the locals, the local community, the indigenes of the community, the indigenes of the states where you have this cultural heritage, bringing them together and making sure that they participate. Participation is by training them, absorbing them into hospitality assets in the space that you operate. So that's an inclusive and it's a mutually beneficial process where they learn, they earn the revenue, they transform the GDP and economy of the states, and the country is the better for it. Okay, so it's projection, how we project ourselves. It's the most important. When you project negativity comes back to you. So we as citizens of this country must project positivity about the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Nigeria is a blessed country. It's one of the most blessed countries of the world. There's no place like Nigeria. There's no point, Jackman, when there are immense opportunities, especially in my space that I operate, which is hospitality. Primary reason for investing in Nigeria is to create jobs, 2, to create more jobs, 3, to even create more jobs. This we have implemented at Ikogosi Once Resort by transforming the economy of the state. 70% of our staff are locals. These are custodians of the cultural heritage and the cultural marvel, which is Ikogosi Once Resort. This is a spring of warm and cold water spring, the only warm and cold water spring anywhere in the world, where warm water and cold water flow side by side, maintaining their proper thermal properties and not mixing. You don't have anywhere. If you have places like this in Dubai, people like you will spend hundreds, thousands of dollars to visit. We have these things, assets, heritage, cultural heritage in Nigeria, and we have this in every other state. Every state has a cultural heritage. So we must be intentional. We must project positivity about the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now, this image that we project will encourage people to visit Nigeria. It's going to transform our GDP, and this is just the start. And this government is intentional in reviving the tourism sector of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I think we're in the right direction.
So Nigeria, in my opinion, is tapped into tourism, but we are not operating at the level that we can, considering the potential that we have and the human capital that we have, the raw talent in the industry. Something that Stella Fubara, the keynote speaker, said today really, I think, hits home. Tourism doesn't start with the tourists. It starts with the experiences that those of us in the market create for the tourists. It has to do with the product. Is it being created and delivered at a high standard? For example, we are in the hospitality management space. We manage hotels and short-let apartments, and we deliver professional management services in that regard. Technical services advisory. We also do turnkey solutions, so we can take you from a greenfield project that's just starting construction to a fully blown and operational hotel. Now we ask ourselves, if we're not creating a product, the hotel rooms, the food and beverage, the entertainment, if we're not delivering those at a high standard, you're not going to have tourists come. If we're not marketing that we can deliver this to you, you're not going to have tourists come. And more importantly, if you're not investing in the people, the raw talent, not just in the cities, but also in the villages, if you're not teaching them how to curate, like Stella said, curate the culture to have it be an export so that people can understand what you're about, then you're really not in the business of tourism. So I think it starts with ourselves. We have to understand the products we're trying to deliver and curate it at a high standard, and also make sure that the delivery is excellent. The customer is always right. Our flagship hotel, for example, Amber Residence, which is in Ikeja GRA, it has 69 rooms. It's a business conference hotel at the 3-star level. We regularly have as our guests captains of industry who deliver events and have conferences at our hotels. We also have NGOs that have service level agreements with us where they host their events and sensitization programs there. So for us, this is a way, for example, of partnering with corporates and NGOs who have a global business. And for those that they invite from out of the country as their guests, we have them hosted at our hotel and we show them what it really means to have African hospitality. So that's a way of taking the name, not just of the brand, but of Nigeria out there. We also are developing an AHS Academy, because I will tell you, one thing in the industry that we are lacking is also training. We're lacking properly trained professionals who can, like I said, deliver the standard at a high level. And so we are working on an AHS Academy where we're looking to partner with institutes of hospitality training schools, so that we can take raw talent, whether you've gone to school for hospitality or not, and teach you the tools of the trade. What does it mean, for example, to do housekeeping properly? What does it mean to run a restaurant within a hotel properly? What does it mean to run a front office and reservations? Do you know how to use property management software? We recently had a retreat, actually, where all our general managers from the different cities in which we operate, Lagos, Benin, and Owerri, came to Lagos, and we were able to exchange ideas to see what's working in different parts of our business. And something that came up from there is that the AHS Academy we're developing definitely needs to accelerate, because beyond training people for our own brand, we're able to train leaders and hospitality professionals that can be deployed to several companies within the industry. So that's what we hope to contribute and are currently contributing. I've been able to meet with our fellow sponsors, including Ikogosi Warm Springs Resort, and I see that there is a lot that we can do together. We had a fantastic conversation, myself and Ada Matthews, about packages. A hotel is only one aspect of hospitality. You have restaurants, you have tour operators, you have those who are really going into the hinterland and finding the talent. You have fashion, textiles, you have entertainment. So what does it look like to band together, to connect with one another, to develop packages that sell? It's very important that the different operators within our market connect with one another to figure out how we can deliver the best packages to the customer. So if I manage hotels, for example, I necessarily need to partner with tour operators, partner with restaurants, partner with film houses and entertainment providers, dance companies. It's an entire ecosystem. Not one of us can make this industry successful. So I think we need to increase the level of partnerships and connections within the industry, so that we're delivering packages that the customer loves. And we should be looking at tourism not just outwardly but inwardly. How do we get Nigerians to be interested in knowing what's happening all around, the country? Because if they have a good experience, they themselves, it's free publicity. They'll go outside the country and let people know this is a fantastic hotel, this is a fantastic group. They're partnering very well. We have products that you'll enjoy. I'll maybe just end and say there's a reason I think Amazon as a company is successful, is because they've put the customer first. I'm a very big fan of identifying who's your client when you're in this industry. How can you best serve them? At Amber, we have a saying whenever we pick up the phone call. We say, "My name is Josephine Shafi. How can I best serve you?"
Medical Director at Remi Tinubu's Health Center, Dr. Akintayo Adebayo in Ikoyi, says Nigerian leaders' preference for seeking medical treatment abroad while neglecting local healthcare facilities fuels a cycle of underfunding and poor quality of care, leading to a crisis in the nation's health care system. He says the normalcy of systemic issue where leaders prioritize foreign healthcare over investing in and improving local infrastructure is disheartening.
If we don't take into consideration the social welfare, it's like throwing water into the basket. What do I mean by social welfare? Why do I have to send my child to highly priced private institutions? Why do I have to? If the public institutions have a common standard and they have the necessary infrastructure and the resources there is adequate to pass the requisite knowledge, why do I have to send them abroad or to any private institution? That is part of social welfare. If the hospital is working well, that is also part of social welfare. Why do I need to go to other high-priced, air-conditioned facilities where they will give you cutthroat deals that would lead people to catastrophic spending? The resources they're supposed to use for something else, they are now using it to service health.
Nigerian leaders, including the president and governors, often bypass local hospitals, including the heavily funded Asurok Clinic, for medical care abroad. This practice stems from a lack of trust in the quality of health care available within Nigeria and a perception that foreign hospitals offer superior care.
The infrastructure is not good enough. The people are not well motivated. Majority of them are demotivated. And it is the people, it is the professional that makes the hospital work. If this building is used, it's just an ordinary building without the doctors or nurses there. And pele, please, sorry does not heal any wound. It cannot even, resuscitate a dying soul. We need to deep dive and think strategically and intentionally. Decide that we want to fix the system. Fix the system looking at the past. Fix the system now that we're able to service up well for the future.
He says most of the time what the doctors and nurses do are sympathetic strike. As he said, it's the people that should fight for doctors as well as nurses. He informs the doctors and nurses are angry because their salaries were cut out of the blues, hence the constant brain drain. He says the building of the hospital is just an ordinary building without nurses and doctors, as it is an affront to our nation that our leaders are traveling abroad for medical care.
It's an affront on our nation that in spite of the high intellectuals that we have in this country, professionals, doctors, surgeons that we have in this country, our president will be going abroad for healthcare delivery. I'm sorry to say, they need to be revisited. They need to think deeper within themselves. Do a total audit. What do we really need to make this system to work for me not to go abroad again? That's what they should be doing. And it's not that difficult.
Also, the recent nurses' strike posed a great difficulty to both doctors and patients, as labor wards of several medical facilities were under lock and key, thereby causing a rift between doctors and nurses. Destiny Mama, bdtv News.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Nigeria's insurance sector has been long described as a sleeping giant, underpenetrated, undertrusted and underperforming, Well, with the signing of the 2025 insurance reform law, the government says it's waking up that giant with bold moves to overhaul the regulatory framework, increase transparency, and boost public trust. But the question is, will this new law revive the industry or introduce even more uncertainty? Will it benefit consumers, or is it simply more bureaucracy in disguise? Well, joining me this morning is someone who's been a consistent voice in the financial sector and labor advocacy. Joining me this morning is Comrade Olusoji Oluwole. He is the president of the Association of Senior Staff of Banks, Insurance and Financial Institutions, and is here to help us unpack what this reform truly means for the industry and for everyday Nigerians. Comrade, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Elizabeth. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming to the show this morning. Let me start from the top. In your view, what really is the biggest shift this 2025 reform law actually brings to Nigeria's insurance industry?
What it does, we'll look at it from two parts, from the insurance industry and from the public side of it as well. It's expected to create a stronger insurance industry in Nigeria, an industry that is trusted, an industry that will be able to expand beyond the shores. Because if you look through some excerpts of the law, you will find out that it also allows them to go beyond Nigeria to be able to carry out transactions. Now, on the parts of the public, it creates more confidence for them to be able to invest in the insurance sector and also trust the insurance to cover their own risks for them, as it were.
And what we've seen is that for years, low insurance uptake has been linked to perhaps a lack of trust in insurers and poor claim settlement. In your view, will this new law actually fix these issues or just scratch the surface?
Well, I want to correct something. I do not believe that the bulk of the low penetration has to do with trust. I think it's more of lack of understanding. People do not understand the reason why they have to take insurance. So if you ask the common car owner around, using that as an example, why they have insurance, the response you will probably hear is because I do not want to be arrested or because government says so. That's the reason why they do it. They do not understand the benefits, and that's why when incidents that require claims occur, they do not realize that they can go to their insurance to lay a claim. What they do is to look for funds to be able to do that.
Sort out.
Yes. Now, that does not deny the fact that there is that trust issue. But that trust issue, again, is not from the big players, because the big players also understand the need for the insurance. What just matters for the big players is to ensure that wherever they put their risks are places where they are sure to get some kind of cover if those risks crystallize.
And some experts will be worried about how quickly operators are expected to comply with this new capital requirements and reporting standards. Could this law actually unintentionally stifle smaller players or create job losses?
Well, it's something that will not be unexpected. Well, we're waiting for the regulator to roll out the plan, just like the CBN did with banks, setting out a 2-year plan. We're waiting to see what's going to happen, because really this movement is really steep. We're moving from 2, 3, and I think 10 billion to as high as 35 billion naira now. And I think the lowest is 10 or 15 billion for each one of them, which is quite a lot for the insurance companies, especially the smaller ones that you have spoken about. So depending on what plans the regulator rolls out, we could be seeing some levels of mergers, some levels of acquisitions, and yes, it will affect workers. Stifling the smaller ones, I do not think so. I expect that they will be the ones who will go into the mergers, and it's for the regulator to now determine how those mergers are going to take place. But one interesting thing that I saw was when that announcement that the president had signed that document into law was announced, it had an impact on the stock market. people started showing interest in the insurance industry.
Mhm.
So trade went up there, prices started going up. Quite a number of them increased by the maximum allowed 10%. And I assume that that's going to be the trend. Now, what that tells you is that people are already taking position. It simply means that if these insurance companies go to the market, they are probably going to be oversubscribed. So meeting the required capital base may not be a problem for some of them, especially since it's categorized. So you have the life, you have the non-life, and you have the reinsurance side of it.
The head of ASBIFI itself, what are your members on the ground? What are they saying right now?
Well, it's right now it's a wait and see, because we cannot make any pronouncement until we hear how it's going to work out. We cannot deny the fact that there are some insurance companies that are actually struggling, and it's born out of the low penetration that we spoke about earlier on. So with what has been announced, we will begin to show interest on how those ones are going to take action, whatever actions they are going to take, and it's from there that we begin to show our interest in knowing whatever exactly is going to happen to our members that are in those organizations.
Do you see more people as being more optimistic, or you see more people looking like they're bracing up for impact?
I'll say a bit of both. Now, the optimism comes out of the fact that a lot of money is coming into the business,
right,
which means that there is opportunity to do bigger business. But that bigger business can only happen if the business comes, right? I was checking a study and found out that I think insurance penetration in Nigeria is less than 2 or 3% in Nigeria, which is very, very poor. I think Nigeria is one of the countries where insurance business is not as thriving as it should be in the financial sector. Now, on the other side of it, of course, there will be fears, especially organizations that may be acquired. You know, going into a merger may give some kind of leverage, but being acquired is where the problem lies, because we're going to be seeing probably duplicity of roles. We're going to find probably closure of some locations and all that stuff, which will have its own impact on our own members. But a lot of them are professionals, and we want to hope and believe that whatever it is, whichever direction it goes, there will be a fair deal for our members who are in these organizations.
Right, and let's talk about policyholders now. How will this reform affect the average Nigerian who has or is considering an insurance policy? Will they actually feel the difference?
Yes, there will be a difference, because one of the things that was in consideration when drawing this law was the time it took to pay claims to beneficiaries.
Right.
So one of the complaints that has been in the industry has been that claims have come and it takes time to pay. In the life side of it, in the life insurance side of it, annuity and all that, you know, there are a lot of claims that they are being delayed and all that. So that is quite understandable. But I think what is most important beyond that is to ensure that you do not just recapitalize that industry. You make sure that that industry works, that industry is able to thrive. And there's an interesting part in that act, and it is making certain classes of insurance compulsory.
Okay, like
so,
which?
One of it has to do with buildings. So it is a law now that a building that is higher than one floor, I think, must be insured. Now, if you go around today, I can bet you that less than 5% of buildings in Nigeria, including government establishments, are insured. So it starts from there. And, you know, I was discussing with one of our members, I think it was yesterday, about this thing. And I said, if every building in Nigeria was insured, if every vehicle in Nigeria was insured, let's even just leave it at that. Imagine the amount of business that will come into the sector, into the sector itself. Yes, and once that comes in, it simply means that they will be able to meet, because really it's not every policy that will crystallize, because there are things that are expected to be put in place as well. So we are hoping that while they are following the law in the recapitalization, that the regulator and the government would also follow the law in enforcing the compulsory areas where there should be insurance.
Right, but we've spoken about the regulators. Permit me to digress a bit. Let's talk about educating people for insurance, because I think one thing that's lacking in the insurance industry is proper education for the public. You know, people don't really know what insurance covers. They don't really know. There's a bias towards insurance, that insurance is something that, you know, it's spelling doom. Like, oh, why am I insuring? Nothing's going to happen to me. I'm covered by the blood and all of that. So there's even people that do third party don't even know what it covers, that, oh, there's a little bit of, they just do it to be able to, you know, show that, oh, I have this, you know, in case they're called, the regulator, in case they are called. So what is being done to actually educate people about what insurance covers?
Well, a number of insurance companies actually do that, go around educating and all that. But I think right now it's a call for them to double up on the actions that they have taken. And we're in an era now where you have so many areas where you can reach people: social media, print media, electronic media, one-on-one discussions, so many. It's time for people to understand it's time for the industry to begin the education that you have spoken about. Recall earlier on, I said a lot of people do not even understand the reason why they take insurance. So they need to understand and know that if this happens, this is what they are going to get out of it. And probably there may be need to start bringing in people to give testimonials of those things. Because I hear a lot of people say, what is the essence of paying 50,000 every year? And so on and so forth.
And nothing happens.
Yes. And then suddenly something comes, it happens, and you are faced with a bill of 1.5 million naira. And that's when you will realize the value of that 50,000 that you've not been able, that you've been paying over the years. I've had my own personal experiences. I've benefited and I've lost, right? I've benefited from insuring, I've lost from not insuring. So I clearly understand. So I think the industry really needs to go out now. And they have an association, the Nigerian Insurance Association. I think through them, they should be able to come out with a collaborative means of educating people generally. So it takes the burden off individual insurance companies. It becomes an insurance industry form of education, and then the insurance companies will now begin to leverage on that.
We see that there's a big push for digital innovation and regulatory tech reforms, but is the industry actually ready for the transformation, especially when it comes to infrastructure and skills? Are we really ready?
I believe that we are, and I'll give that to us here in Nigeria. We've been able to catch on technologically, and I think we're doing very well when you compare with other countries in the world. And I'd say in the world, not even in Africa, in the world. We have the people who are able to build these things, who are able to develop it. And all it requires is a buy-in from the industry itself. And when I say the industry, I'm now referring to the individual institutions. I know that there are some insurance companies today that you can actually buy your policy online without having to step into any location. Twice I've done travel insurance online without having to call anybody. I did it, and within minutes I got my certificate. So I believe this is something that is going to do well. I believe it is something that we will not have any problem in doing. And it will actually have positive impact on the operations of those organizations.
So when this was signed, we did a little bit of a survey here at Business Day, and some people have called this law a foundation for the future. Some people say it's too ambitious, it's too soon. Where do you stand?
I think it's long overdue. If I'm correct, the last time there was a recapitalization in the industry would have been almost 20 years ago. Now, when you're talking of 20 years on the same pedestal, you can't move forward. I recall that there was an attempt to do it. The last attempt, I think, was about 2020, 2021. One of the things that stalled it was that we were just coming out of the COVID lockdown, the pandemic and everything. And, we all know the impact it had on businesses and all that, that it should be delayed. So it's something that has been long coming. I do not see it as overambitious. There's a possibility that there are big players who have already even met that capital base, but I do not think it is overambitious. I think it is it's long overdue. I'm aware that the industry also made a proposal, right, to make the capital requirement a little bit lower.
Okay.
Right. It is expected that these things are supposed to be reviewed over time. One interesting part of that bill is that there are two ways of looking at it. You look at the minimum base, which is talk about the 10, 50, 10, 25, and 35 billion, and then the risk-based approach. So it says whichever is higher. So now it determines what volume of business you want to take that they will look at. So probably what will happen is that even if we're in the same line of insurance business, what may be required for you may be different from mine. It's all dependent on the volume of business or the type of business that I actually go into. But I believe sincerely that if the plan is well thought out, if it is well drawn, and they are given enough time, it's something that they will be able to achieve.
But really, in essence, how often should recapitalization be done?
Well, there are a lot of things that need to be put into consideration. So it's not just about the industry. You need to look at the nation itself. One of the things that was put into consideration, for example, was the value of the currency. At the time when it was at 2 billion, what was the value of the naira against the dollar? It was probably less than 100 naira, because we were talking 20 years ago. We're probably talking about 80 or 90 naira.
Right.
Now convert that today to the same dollar. And that's what happened in the banking industry as well. We moved from 2 billion to 25. Now we're moving to 250 and so on, up to 500 billion. Those are the things that are put into consideration. And then you also look at the growth of the business environment itself, to look at the capacity of what is on ground versus what volume of business they're taking in. Because what's the point in having a 2 billion naira capital base in your business and you're taking on risks that is running into maybe 100 billion? If anything happens, how are you going to be able to cover those losses? Those are the things that are being put into consideration. So ideally, this is something that probably should be looked into. It could be annually, it could be every 5 years or whatever. And if that is being done, we probably won't be leaping the way we are leaping now. So imagine if between 2007 to date, if there had been a gradual thing that had been going on, we'll probably be looking at more than the 10 billion that we're talking about today, because probably would have achieved that a long time ago. So these are the things that...
All right. And finally, what's your message to policymakers, to regulators, to Nigerians today as we begin to implement this law?
Oh, I'll start from Nigerians. One thing I usually hear is that I've not fed well and you're talking about insurance to me. So, of course, people have their priorities. But the advice I have to them today is that you need to also consider the risk of not having insurance. You have money to feed and your house burns down. What food are you going to eat? Because the food is going to go with the burned house anyway. So we need to take it seriously. We need to understand the benefits of having that insurance. For the industry, they need to gain the confidence of their policyholders. So if there is a claim and it is, if there is a claim and it is due for payment, pay it on due date. And for the regulator, they need to ensure that they keep their eye on the ball. It's very, very important that they do that. You know, I noticed that there was a lot written about corporate governance in that area. and it's going to turn things around in the industry itself. So it removes so much power from those who own those. There are people, there are some insurance companies that are owned by individuals and they call the shots. So all those things have been taken care of. And where there is good corporate governance, it simply means that the organization will be able to operate very well.
Thank you very much, Comrade Olusoji Oluwole, the president of ASPIFI, for joining us this morning on The Big Story. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, that's been The Big Story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome to Social Listening right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we break down some of the trending stories making the rounds on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and of course I'm joined by
Onyeka Valentine.
Right, thank God it's Friday.
Finally, we can sing that song.
Finally
by not
Friday.
saying, thank God it's almost Friday. Now, thank God it's
Is
Friday.
there anything like thank God it's almost Friday?
Thursday to Friday is almost.
Is there anything like TGF?
You know.
TGIF. But let's begin today with the situation at WAEC, which is
Yes,
obviously
serious business now.
obviously the West African Examinations Council, which has suspended access to the 2025 results for school candidates due to technical issues. Now, the council says the issue came up after it introduced a new system called paper serialization to reduce exam malpractice in core subjects. After results were released, an internal review showed that English and math and some other subjects were affected by technical bugs. WAEC says it's fixing the issue and has promised students to check back after 24 hours. Now, this announcement has caused concerns online, especially among students and parents waiting for their results. Well, let's see some of the reactions to perhaps the student, perhaps the parent, or perhaps onlookers on social media. Jen Slaw says, government of glitches, IREV glitch, JAM glitch, WAEC glitch, even governance glitch. There was a country. I didn't see it that way, but interesting. Government of glitches. King says, Nigeria is always battling one crisis or another. No sector is properly managed. From elections to exam results, it's the same story of glitches, errors, and excuses. Don't stress me. The handle Naija Abegna says, if you're not worried about how this appears to be happening a lot more frequently than normal under this government, then you're not paying proper attention to the unspoken conversation. A very sinister assemblage of rabid monsters holding Nigeria by the jugular. This person is really angry. First of all, look at the handle. Don't stress me.
The face of
then
Naija
Abegna. Then slogan sideline, Benga D17 says, we can blame the government for this as well, but we need to question the current set of IT personnel we're producing. They are very far from the standard and they lack ethics. Valentine, should WAEC not have delayed the release in the first place until these bugs were fixed?
I think the major question should be, well, you've said it right, but then again, why were they even in a hurry to say we must meet the date of the exam itself? Why not make sure you fix all these things? Because it's even worse when after the examination and then you want to delay results. Because what will happen is that you put yourself in a gray area. You see, matters like this will only reinforce the thought of, like they say, monkey hand on the inside, in pidgin English. And it's very worrisome that in this day and age, that we cannot get technical things 100% right. We're just struggling with those basic things. When the world has moved on to Silicon Valley and other areas, it is very worrisome, and I begin to ask a question with a frowning face. Just I'm a very cheerful guy. But I will ask with a frowning face, saying, are we saying those people who are responsible to make sure the technical things put in place without hitches are incompetent? If so, let them go. I mean, we're talking about education here. And so it's like you saying, look, in a hospital, you have someone who is in charge of, taking care of the pharmacy angle and doesn't check expiry dates of the drugs. I mean, that person is not just incompetent, the person is not a serious person. So whoever is in charge of those technical things, you should do what we call, I mean, in every company and establishment, you do what we call, reconnaissance, you do what we call checks and balances, you check equipments properly, knowing that all eyes will be on you. And for a huge organization like that, right, all eyes are on you. West Africa. Let's be honest. And so, even if you have other nationals part of the team, if they are incompetent, fire them also. There's no need to sugarcoat the whole matter, right? It's either you're competent or you're incompetent.
Right.
And so, if they don't want to get competent people, which means those who are supposed to do the checks and balances to get competent people also should be held accountable. Because we just went through the issue of JAM not too long ago, right? Now, it's as if we are seeing another one again in YA. Has this now become a normal thing for us to swallow down our throats? No. You have people who are not as matured as, well, let me use this word. You have pupils and students who are in their teens. So they haven't really seen the world like that. So to them, that examination means a lot. And so if someone is very good in English, for instance, or very good in mathematics, and all of a sudden, because of some glitch or the other, right, the result is kept pending. Or maybe the result is released prematurely, and there is some hurdle or whatever it is, irregularities. Do you know the kind of mental torture that child is going through? Do you know the kind of trauma? To them, it's a big deal. Just imagine when you were of that age, looking forward to WAEC, put all your heart and soul into it. But now to you, it's like nothing there because you crossed that level. You're looking at other things bigger in life ahead of you. So in this other case now, those kids will be going through some form of trauma. And now you now say, let them hold on till Friday. Today is Friday. Let's wait and see. Right? Moyosola, who is the spokesperson for WAEC, has said that by today, Friday, this will be resolved. Give them 24 hours. Let's hope 24 hours or 48 hours, I mean amount of hours that they want, actually holds water. Otherwise, no questions will be asked. And those questions will not come with a smiling face.
I think for me, my major concern is in the quality of tech people that we have these days. You know, I saw a comment, one of the commenters said that maybe this also speaks a lot about the quality of hands that we have right now, because if we are moving from IREV glitch to JAM glitch to WAEC glitch, it probably says a lot about those people who run things on the back end. That the quality of hands, we don't know. That the quality of hands have we have a terrible quality of hands. So that also shows a very, very reflective of the problem, the issues that we have in the country at the moment in terms of the quality of people. Maybe that's also a case of the brain drain. Maybe we're also experiencing brain drain in that area. Well, that's also something. So if they're not well paid, that'll be another cause for the brain drain, where maybe they are looking to get jobs outside of the country. Maybe they are looking for jobs, remote jobs that pay them well. So the kind of people who are doing it are people that should probably be doing some kind of less something different, or they even have no business with this in the first place. I wish we could have that comment up. But another thing that's also a major concern for me in this entire thing is this a case of WAEC trying to save face now, after announcing? Because remember that the announcement came and said it was this was the worst examination in 10 years. 38% decline. That's a lot. Not 2, not 3,
38.
not even 10.
Almost 50%.
So 38%. So is this a way for WAEC to come back to try to save their face and say and now, because obviously when this new result that is released, you would see a change in scores, obviously.
Most definitely will be
so, like I was having a conversation earlier on the newspaper review segment with Mr. Bassi, and I said, do you know how many parents would have scolded their children? Then to go back, it just looks very anyhow.
There is a gray area somewhere, and so it is. So it now falls on us to ask those questions. Those at home want to ask, which is, what is happening to our educational system, especially the one that has to move them from secondary school to university? jam, WAEC, what's going on?
Absolutely.
Is it like this year is their year, right? For all, the kind of jars to be opened, or are we seeing someone's hand, the cookie jam being caught already? Let us talk about, let us be able to say what is going on. Like I said, not long ago we heard about jam. Now, we see another crying session. Munusola, whatever her name is, she's come and tell us. Right? She's a spokesperson for WIC, isn't she? Right? Come and tell us what's going on. If we're going to see another crying session, let's know if we're going to buy, tissue paper and keep on and help you or something. But anyways, on a serious tip, these young ones who wrote this examination, right? Right now they begin to question. For those who might not have had a good score before the system was, put on pending, right? We'll now be thinking, wait a minute, are you sure truly this is their real score? Right? Questions will be asked. Parents will ask questions. These people prepared 6 years to the day. Primary 1, primary 2, 3, 4, like that. But so I said, GSS, how do you GS1,
GS1,
I forgot how it is. So GS3, right? SS3. So the whole secondary school thing prepares them for that. And so at the end of the day, what a student at that level, like I told you, most of them are looking forward to it as the prime for them. There's a whole lot of expectation. We're looking forward to this thing. And you begin to dash their hopes. Make them think, you know what, maybe you guys are not smart enough. No, maybe Mike is not doing his job right.
Maybe, just maybe. Anyway, let's move away from education now. Let's move to politics, where reports say that former President Goodluck Jonathan is planning to return as president. Now, a PDP member said Jonathan has agreed to contest the 2027 presidential elections, and according to this source, this move is being supported by senior political figures who believe he can help stabilize the country. Jonathan, who is legally allowed to serve only one more term, has reportedly met with former leaders, including General Ibrahim Babangida, to discuss this plan. Well, Valentine, do you think Nigerians will support Jonathan's return?
Well, again, first and foremost, has he even come out publicly to make, a statement that I want to run, right? If he has said so, then, which means they've taken their time, they've done their homework. Now, will Nigerians support him if he runs? That's another question, right? If he runs.
Right.
The question now would be, if they don't support him, it could have just been a wasted time. But however, he's a Nigerian, right?
I think Jonathan has quite a good, I wanted to say he has some of the people who believe in him, his track record for some people was good. But let's see some of the reactions on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to Jonathan. If they're being supportive, I have a thing with Nigerian politicians and always wanting to come back. Ali says there's only a 3 in 10 chance that this might happen, but if it does, I'll vote and campaign for him wholeheartedly. Why? Because I believe people learn from their mistakes, and sometimes people don't, if we're being honest. Having tested the system inside and out, he has more insight than a first-timer, and one can only hope he now has the will and tenacity to tackle the country's problems. Let's see more reactions to the story. Sam Prester says, Goodluck Jonathan remains the only candidate with the moral credibility, cross-regional trust, and political experience needed to unite both North and South and defeat Tinubu in 2027. More reactions. Jojo says they forget easily the suffering they went through during the time of Jonathan. Nigerians will never learn. It's a shame in a country of over 220 million people. And he says Jonathan had better not make a mockery of himself. He should just savor the honor he's been receiving. I mean, sometimes it's not two times. It's not 2 times. Neither is it 3 times a charm. Sometimes 1 time is enough.
When you are a major stakeholder in the country that you call your own, because we're all stakeholders in this country, we're all, 100 years from now, our generations yet unborn or born will hold us accountable. So I think he also is well within his rights to say he wants to run for office, because what he's seeing right now is not what they laid the foundation for.
So he probably wants to come and
to repair if possible. And you know, like they say, like the other contributor there on social media said that maybe he has learned his mistakes and he could do something better. However, in the spirit of do something better, right? Let's be very clear. We cannot use Nigeria, its economy, its future to play Ludo. I'm sorry. That era is gone. It is either you are saying what you do and you do what you said, or you are held accountable at the highest level. So I think at this point in time, since that seat is looking even far more attractive, right, to a lot of other stakeholders and people who I see them coming out of retirement of statesmanship, those who are like, you know, elder statesmen, they are coming out of retirement to look at Aso Rock again. For what it's worth, can we not introduce a far more stiff, right, and strong law that will hold these leaders accountable? Can we stop making public offices, especially government, an attractive office? Can we begin to say, look, let it either be service or nothing, so that we know people going there, right, irrespective of where you're from, people going for that seat, right, and doing it for the interest, or rather in the interest of Nigerians, not necessarily for your personal gain,
for their own gain,
or to now say the person who's in charge right now has done this to me, so I must go run and come back and correct things. Remove any idea of selfish interest and now say, Nigerians, this is your time. Like I said yesterday when we did social listening, or rather when we did this newspaper, we did. I said, look, we don't want a good man. I might be wrong. Somebody might disagree with me. We want the right man. Because sometimes the good person might not make some strong decisions that will help the country move forward.
Well, speaking of selfish interest and all of that,
also, we don't want a bad man. So.
We don't want a bad man. We just want the right man.
We want the right person.
Speaking of selfish interest, let's move to a final story where activist and former presidential candidate Omoyele Sowore has reportedly injured while in police custody. The team says a unit from the Inspector General of Police monitoring unit broke into his detention cell and fractured his right hand before taking him away to an undisclosed location. He had earlier been arrested after honoring a police invitation, and this was quite unfortunate because if there's someone we know for always, you know, trying to fight for the people, trying to just do things, you know, do the best for the country, we have to really talk about Sowore. Is there, and do they have any right to break into his cell? You know, why with the monitoring unit, why would they break into his detention cell
First and foremost,
and fracture his right hand and take him away to an undisclosed location?
So
why?
So this is the thing now. The problem we have is when you say the police is your friend and things like this happen, you begin to question that, you know, that saying.
Why are activists mishandled?
So again, it is not a crime to carry out peaceful protest or to be an activist, so long as you're doing it within the confines of the law. So long as you're doing it, you know, based on giving the necessary security agents information. This is what you want to do, and I'm sure he does that on the daily, right? And he's someone who is well known. He's someone who is quite intelligent and a smart person. You have an engagement and conversation with him, you will know that he has a lot upstairs. And so I don't think he will go out of his way to do or say things that will put the country down. Rather, he's someone who likes to fight for the country. And let's be honest. When you are invited to a police station and you honor it, is that honoring thing supposed to go both ways? You've respected the police force. They should respect you back in return. But now holding him means tomorrow no one will want to honor an invitation. And even worse now, you detained him and allowed, right, unidentified, maybe police officers also to break into, they said break into, not even open.
Break into his detention cell
and whisked him away.
Fractured his right hand and took him away. But let's see some of the reactions very quickly, because that would be very important to see how Nigerians are reacting. Rapuruchi says, The same police that Showore protested to ensure that they have a better welfare, without mincing words, I have zero sympathy for Nigeria police because they also have zero sympathy for innocent civilians. Wow. Crespo says, what's actually going on in this country? Why has the police become so lawless and unruly? This doesn't speak well for the administration, and the president has to look into it. Me think Gomi says Showore is probably the only genuine social justice crusader in Nigeria today. He has fought for everyone at the receiving end of just injustice, including the police itself. But injustice is being meted out to him. But everywhere it's calm and quiet. Nigeria is not worth fighting for. Honestly, it makes you really ask this question. Musa Jida says you can break a hand, but you can't break a voice. Look, we have to even go beyond poetic lines. Look, we have to come out and speak up for Showore. There's no crime for being an activist. There's no crime for fighting for the people. Why is an activist being mistreated? And just like the first commenter said, this is the same Showore that was fighting for the welfare of police and is treated this way by the same police.
So it goes to beg the question, which is this. In the future, should you speak on behalf of people who are, who are not treated properly, like government officials or, name it all? Because if you look at it, the other day, like Betty said, he was there pushing hard for their interests, pushing hard for their well-being. And even at that, at some point, some people kept on asking questions. Does he have some other, hidden agenda? But because of the love for the country, this gentleman put himself in front to talk about it, to protest, so that police will be paid well. I haven't heard him say no police officer should be paid anything less than 500,000, which is quite commendable. And if such a thing is pulled through, they will give him all the credit for saying that. So now, it's not because, right, he was detained. It wasn't annoying me. It's the fact that while he was in detention, someone came in there and whisked him out, took him out, broke his arm. This is the question now. Who were they?
Well, like you said, it's policemen that did that. Policemen from the monitoring, his team says a unit from the Inspector General of Police monitoring units.
So someone gave that
were the ones that broke. So we don't know more details aside from the fact that some people from the police monitoring unit were the ones who did this and fractured his arm.
Well, it's still unfolding. Let's see.
Right. We'll just have to keep our fingers crossed and see how that pans out. But we mustn't keep quiet. We must speak up, because sure, if it was somebody else, Showore will be speaking up. Everywhere won't be calm. Just like that commenter said, everywhere is calm and quiet. Nowhere can be calm and quiet. And that's why we've done our part this morning on the social listening segment. But that's why we have to leave it on the social listening segment today. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I'm Onyeka Valentine.
See you next time, same station, and be good. Have a lovely weekend.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Markets, where we give you comprehensive insights into what's happening in the financial markets.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV
Before we get
Breakfast Show.
started, let's look at some of the business news making the rounds. The headlines. Leadway Assurance partners EcoBank to expand access to insurance solutions. Linkage Assurance shareholders receive bonus issue as revenue surges 50% in 2024. Boa Cement, NML were lead gainers as NGX rallies 0.50%, year-to-date return hits 40.68%. Nova Bank seeks to change operating license from national to regional bank. Coronation to list infrastructure fund on NGX after record capital raise. Foreign investment into Nigeria soars by 67% to $5.6 billion in Q1 2025. Now let's begin the news here, where Nigeria's leading insurance provider, Leadway Assurance, has entered into a strategic bank assurance partnership with EcoBank Nigeria Limited. The alliance aims to deliver integrated insurance offerings to EcoBank's employees, customers, and small business owners, embedding access to life, health, motor, and home insurance directly into banking touchpoints. This move is positioned to advance financial inclusion and make insurance more accessible to Nigerians. According to Leadway's Director of Sales, Retail and Partnerships, Kike Lomo Fisher, the collaboration is about simplifying insurance and making it a part of everyday life. By leveraging EcoBank's vast network, she noted the initiative will bridge Nigeria's insurance gap, offering customer-focused solutions right where and when people need them most. EcoBank's head of distribution channels and sales, Ademola Ogunyemi, added that the partnership supports the bank's vision of creating a one-stop hub for financial services. The rollout will begin in select EcoBank branches nationwide, with trained product champions guiding customers through options such as group life cover, personal accident insurance, and term life policies. Also, Linkage Assurance PLC has posted a robust performance in its 2024 financial year, with revenue rising 50% to 22.2 billion naira from 14.84 billion naira in 2023, despite a tough operating environment. At its 31st annual general meeting in Lagos, the underwriting firm reported a slight 3% drop in profit before tax to 5.3 billion naira, alongside a 5% increase in investment income and other revenues to 9.48 billion naira. Total assets climbed to 65.68 billion naira from 51.33 billion naira in 2023. Chairman of the board, Joshua Fomodo, credited the results to sound executive management, underwriting discipline, prudent investments, and strong corporate governance. Shareholders approved a 1-for-5 bonus issue amounting to 1.54 billion naira, capitalized from retained earnings in anticipation of possible industry recapitalization. They praised the board's decision, noting the company's resilience and capacity to meet claims. Managing Director and CEO Daniel Bray attributed insurance revenue growth to expansion in motor, fire, oil and gas, marine, and general accident lines, supported by broker-driven distribution. Insurance service results surged 193% to 766.9 million naira, while claims paid totaled 4.58 billion naira, reinforcing the firm's commitment to honoring obligations. Moving on, Nigeria's stock market rallied for the second time this week, gaining 0.50% on Tuesday as investors snapped up shares of top-performing companies. The all-share index, ASI, rose to 144,796.37 points, while market capitalization rose to 91.61 trillion naira. The market's year-to-date return has now climbed to 40.68%. Boa Cement led the gainers, surging 10% from 155 naira to 170 naira 50 kobo. Nigerian Animal Wear PLC and Need International Pharmaceuticals also recorded 10% gains, closing at 29.70 naira and 7.70 naira respectively. ICO Insurance and Mutual Benefits Assurance joined the top advances, with both stocks gaining 10% each. Analysts at Vetiva Research say the bullish trend is supported by lower interest rates and dividend expectations, but advise caution after the sharp rally. Trading volumes sold at over 1 billion naira shares worth 22.84 billion naira in 308.93 deals. Active stocks included ICO, Fidelity Bank, Universal Insurance, and Veritas Capital. In other news, Novo Bank has announced plans to transition its operating license from a national commercial bank to a regional commercial bank. In a strategic move aimed at optimizing operational efficiency and focusing on key markets, the bank said the shift will consolidate strengths, streamline services, and enable more effective capital deployment. It is applied to the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, for the license recategorization following a review of its growth trajectory and capital strategy after CBN's revised recapitalization directive in March 2024. Acting Managing Director and CEO Mrs. Chinwe Ilogalu described the decision as a prudent approach to sustainable growth, noting that shareholders have committed to injecting an additional 24 billion naira before the end of 2025 to exceed the regional banks' capital requirements ahead of the 2026 deadline. GCR recently reaffirmed Novo Bank's BBB rating with a stable outlook, citing strong liquidity, improving earnings, and sound asset quality. Despite the license downgrade, Nova will expand its branch network in Owerri, Port Harcourt, and Abuja while investing in digital infrastructure. Chairman of the board, Mr. Phillips Oduzua, said the recalibration positions the bank from optimal growth and capacity building with a plan to return to a national license within 36 months. Meanwhile, Coronation Asset Management, a provider of managed funds and customized portfolios and offers investors access to diverse asset classes and tailored solutions, is set to list its Coronation Infrastructure Fund, CIF, on the Nigerian exchange, following a record-breaking 8.79 billion median series one capital raise, the largest debut of an infrastructure fund in Nigeria. The listing will see 87.9 million units priced at 100 naira each, made available to institutional and retail investors, providing greater access to infrastructure-focused investments. The CEO described CIF as both a strategic investment tool and a nation-building mechanism, channeling capital into critical sectors such as transportation, utilities, energy, telecommunications, real estate, and social infrastructure. Head of Asset Management, Mayowa Ikotun, emphasized that the fund targets high-impact projects, delivering long-term returns while addressing developmental challenges. Since launch, CIF has distributed over 1.7 billion naira in dividend across 2 income cycles and was recently named Nigeria's best performing median infrastructure fund by Gazette International Awards. Analysts say the NGX listing will boost market visibility for infrastructure as an investable category. And to end the business news this morning, Nigeria recorded a total capital importation of $5.642 billion in Q1 2025, a 67.12% increase from the $3.376 billion in Q1 2024 and a 10.86% higher than the $5.059 billion posted in Q4 2024, according to the National Bureau of Statistics. Portfolio investment led inflows at $5.204 billion, followed by other investments at $3.17 million, while foreign direct investment stood at $126.29 million. The banking sector attracted the largest share with $3.127 billion, representing 55.44% of the total. The UK was the leading source of capital with $3.68 billion, that is a 65.26%, trade by South Africa at $501.29 million and Mauritius at $394.51 million. Abuja FCT topped as the prime destination, receiving over $3.047 billion or a 54.11% of total inflows, followed by Lagos with $2.564 billion and Ogun State with $7.95 million. Standard Chartered Bank Nigeria Limited received the highest capital imputation at $2.103 billion, ahead of Stanbic IBTC Bank PLC with $1.398 billion and Citibank Nigeria Limited with $1.052 billion. And that's it for now on the business news this morning. After the break, we'll return with an update from the markets of yesterday. Welcome back. You're still tuned to Economy of Markets here on BDTV, where we give you comprehensive insights into what's happening in the financial markets. I'm your host, Norma Obona. Let's take a look at the updates from the markets yesterday. Now, it was another bullish day at the Nigerian exchange as the all-share index climbed at 724.59 points to close at 144,769.37, marking a 0.50% gain. This extends the NGX year-to-date return to an impressive 40.68%. Now, the market capitalization rose to 91.63 trillion naira, while investors exchanged over 1.02 billion shares valued at 22.84 billion naira across 38 and 932 deals. Now, in the top gainers chart, it was a clean sweep of 10% gains. Boas Cement surged to 170.50 naira, while Nigerian Animal Wear closed at 29.70 naira. Nimed Pharmaceuticals closed at 7.70 naira, and ICO Insurance closed at 2 naira 64 kobo, and Mutual Funds Benefits Assurance rounded it off at 2.20 naira. And on the flip side, the biggest laggards were Living Trust, down nearly 10% to 5.94 naira, and UPDC rates, Academic Press and Mercure all losing over 9%, while Cadbury Nigeria dropped 7.35% to 63 naira. Now, among the most actively traded stocks, ICO Insurance led the pack with over 97 million shares, followed closely by Universal Insurance, Linkage Assurance, and Fidelity Bank with 1.24 billion naira in traded value. And we also have Veritasi Capital rounding all out the top 5. Now, let's turn to the global scene. In the US, markets dipped also. The Dow Jones lost over 0.14%, while the S&P 500 fell at 0.49%, while the Nasdaq Composite slipped 0.64%. In contrast, Asia was largely positive, having Japan's Nikkei rising to 0.64% and South Korea's Core PC gained 1.60%, while Hong Kong's Hang Seng added 0.64%. Now let's move over to Europe, where the FTSE 100 and the CAC 40 and DAX all posted modest gains. And finally, to the currency markets. In addition, the Naira traded at 1,526 Naira to a dollar, while it traded 1,769
12,000 naira to the euro and 2,029 naira to the pound sterling. And now that brings us to the end of yesterday's market updates. After the break, we'll return with a conversation about MTN's Nigeria performance in H1 2025. Welcome back. And in case you're just tuning in, this is Economy and Markets here on BDTV, where we give you comprehensive insights into what's happening in the financial markets. Now let's shift our gears and head to a conversation on the MTN Nigeria's performance in H1 2025. In a stunning reversal of fortune, MTN Nigeria has delivered one of the most dramatic comebacks in the markets this year in the corporate scene. From a staggering 519 billion naira loss in the first half of 2024, the telecoms giant has bounced back to post a 415 billion naira profit in H1 2025. That is not just a discovery, but an entire statement. Driven by surging data demand, strategic price adjustments, and improved macroeconomic stability, MTN service revenue jumped over 54%, while EBITDA more than doubled, crossing the trillion naira mark. The company is also pouring massive investments into infrastructure, launching West Africa's largest Tier 3 data center and expanding its fintech footprint. But this momentum, is it sustainable? And how might it shape investors' sentiment in the months ahead? Joining me now to unpack the numbers and outlook is Kayode Eseyin, a research associate at Cardinal Stone Securities. Good morning, Mr. Kayode.
Yeah, good morning.
And
Thank
welcome
you very
to the
much
show.
for having me.
Welcome to the show. Now, quickly, let's jump right into this conversation with some of the top questions. So, what were the main drivers behind this robust turnaround in service and the total revenue?
So I think for the first half of 2025, or at least at the start of the year, there were talks about a tariff increase or implementation of a repricing for the entire sector as a result of the fact that we haven't seen anything of sort for close to a 10-year period, right? And though, I mean, towards the end of last year, it was starting to look like it became very clear that the tariff implementation was going to happen. I think the only question as of then was when it was going to happen. And so following the NCC's approval that came in around February, late February, if I recall correctly, it was clear that the modes for the sector, or particularly for MTN, were pointing significantly upwards. And so the main driver for the earnings recovery, though that's not the only support they got, was the price increase that they following the approvals. And so as a result, if you check the earnings release, we saw strong growth in both voice and data revenues. Data in particularly grew by about 69%. And that's partly because of the tariff increase of about 50%, like I mentioned earlier. But interestingly, right, we are seeing that even despite the price increases that came in, with demand for data products is quite robust and strong. Because even going by NCC data, for example, we saw for that total data usage for the entire industry for at least the most recent data that has come out from the NCC shows that we are currently even higher than average data usage in January, which is interesting because generally speaking, when you have a 50% price increase, you don't expect, the normal expectation, depending on elasticity of demand anyway, is that there will be some pullback in prices. And though there was an initial pullback, the data usage has recovered strongly, indicating that there is demand for these products, and these products are relatively inelastic. And so to your question, the main drivers were the price increases and still very robust demand for data services and voice.
Okay, so what specific cost and efficiency initiatives supported such strong margins that we saw from MTN half this year?
Oh, okay. So for margins, right, one of the benefits of having a bad year really is the fact that it gives you an opportunity to basically learn from your mistakes or find out or figure out a way to do business better. And that's what MTN in particular did the last year and the past 2 years. So for one, they tried as much as possible to de-risk their balance sheet. That is by making sure that quite a number of their sources, of their cost items rather, are localized or nairalized, if you will. So essentially before, they were exposed significantly to FX volatility as a result of the fact that a large portion of their lease payments were in dollars or dollarized, not necessarily paid payments in dollars. Most of them actually were paid in naira, but they were dollar linked, and so the devaluation meant that margins were pressured on that front. And then also there is also the energy inflation passed through from their lease components. And so the renegotiation of the lease contracts essentially meant that the pass-throughs from the components are capped. And then the move to deleverage their balance sheet, to move away from having high dollar liabilities, also meant that at least finance costs and associated costs associated relating to dollar components were minimized. And so the lessons from last year were taken, and they restructured their business operations and even their balance sheets to ensure to protect themselves from FX devaluation and energy price volatility. And we are starting to see the benefits of that.
Now to the next question. You see, in H1 we saw MTN's capex hit over 560 billion naira. How are these strategic investments expected to contribute to the revenue and margins in the medium term?
Okay, and so for MTN, right, if you look across them at their history, the company has been quite aggressive in investing into the Nigerian space. I think at some point they were the poster boy for, and I think they still are, for investing over 2 decades of business experience in this industry. And the momentum that we saw, at least going by their history up until the FX volatility crisis, gives reason to support their optimism in the country. And it's no surprise really that following the tariff implementation, right, they are ramping up capex again. And that's because, like I said, they've made quite a lot of investment in Nigerian story, and they have reaped quite the profits anyway. And so going ahead, especially when you look at the Nigerian healthy demographics and the fact that, like I said, the demand for their product is relatively inelastic, and so there is more than enough reason to cheer. And so going forward, what we expect is that this capex surges will continue, though in H1 in particular, part of what we saw in the H1 capex was a front-loading exercise, but nonetheless, capex for this year would likely come in strong as the company tries as much as possible to ramp up its network coverage, extend its both 4G and 5G coverage, and just ensure that data services and even voice services are available to subscribers as when it is needed. And so the impact of this again would mean that MTN is likely to continue to remain its industry leadership position. MTN is also expected to benefit significantly from this expanded reach and coverage, and this would bode well for shareholders in the long term. And so the investment we are seeing in that space is likely to continue.
Okay, let's go to their share price. You know, this year it has reached over 470 naira. Are the fundamentals strong enough to support, the rally?
So at current prices, okay, let me start from where we are coming from. I think sometime last year, MTN was trading way below a 200 naira mark, which as of then, depending on how you choose to look at it, made a lot of sense, especially if you look at the fact that the company's equity position was quite was essentially negative, right?
Yes.
And even though they were starting to recover, there were signs of recovery then, it remains to be seen how far or how fast the recovery was going to come in, right? And so in Q1 this year, following the tariff increases, I think that's part of when the market really changed in terms of its sentiments towards the stock, because following the Q1 release, that's when the majority of the bull run started to come in. And then going by their Q2 numbers, right, it's starting to look like the market optimism is quite justified, especially when you look at the earnings standalone and say even try and analyze it over a 1 year period. You start to look like MTN today is significantly even better than it was, say, 3-4 years ago, despite the fact that they still have some weakness in terms of their equity position. And even on that point, right, the expectation is, going by their Q2 run rate, is that by Q3, Q4 unfairly, but mostly Q3, the company's equity position is likely to turn positive, right? And so momentum is quite strong for the company in the current year. And then if you even look far ahead, say 1 year, 2 years, 3 years from now, it's starting to look like MTN might actually outperform its own historical trend, especially with the added impetus or strength of tariff increases that have been granted to them. And so it's really starting to look like the value was justified. And though it's a bit elevated at current levels, I think this is the all-time high for MTN, 471, 480 levels. I think it traded at 480 at some point.
Yeah.
But if you look at it from the fact that it's an all-time high, it might start to look really worrisome. But if you look at earnings forecast or earnings momentum for the company, you would say that, I mean, Q2 earnings standalone was basically an all-time high for the company. So maybe indeed it's starting to look like the rally is supported by strong fundamentals. But yeah.
Okay, so you've been speaking about the tariff increase. Of course, is one of like the major the major influences. But what extent do you think that the tariff increase drove the investor demand for the stock?
Okay, so I think that was the major kick for me, because the growth story was there. Q4 earnings was positive. Q1 was even better. I mean, depending on how you look at it, right? But the tariff kind of set the pace really, because it just indicated to the sector as a whole that things have changed. It was a major turn around the corner, especially because most of these telcos haven't been able to raise prices for over 10 years, right? And despite that flattish pricing, they still were able to report significantly impressive growth within that same period, relying mostly on volumes. By volumes, I mean data usage per subscriber, voice usage per subscriber, and the likes, right? So, and that momentum is still there, because the main drivers of that momentum has always been Nigeria's youthful population, large population to even start with, and the fact that we live in a connected age, and people are increasingly reliant on technology as a means of communication and staying in touch with their loved ones, and even as a means of working really. And so the demand story was there, but the pricing story was off the table basically as a result of the regulator's disposition, right? And so bringing back the pricing disposition to the table essentially signaled to the market that, okay, this might be the start of a new era for these telco players, and that's part of why I would say the majority of the reason as to why investor demand for the stock really picked up.
Okay, so when is the return to positive shareholders' equity expected? And what do you think are the expectations for dividends or capital raises?
Oh, okay. So I'll take the dividend question. Let me start with the equity position.
Okay.
And so the equity position is likely to come in positive by the end of Q3, going by their run rate. And I think that's, like I said, because of the earnings momentum that the company was able to deliver in Q2. What they have to do is to repeat the same performance in Q3, and I don't see why they can't. If anything, I think that's even more like a bear case scenario, right? Because the company has a track record of outperforming its own historical trends, really. And so we expect them to come in positive at Q3. And on dividends, right, the major reason why the company hasn't been able to pay dividend for the past 2 years was the fact that they have a negative equity position, right? And so what that means is that the moment this equity position is now positive, the moment the balance sheet restructuring, so to speak, is complete, right? There is no real encumbrance on them paying dividend. And so though it's a bit too early to call, there is a possibility, there is a world where MTN might actually deliver some dividend to shareholders this year, and by this year I mean FY25 numbers, and so it is very likely. But if I were buying the stock ahead of dividend, I won't put too much thought into that, because if I told there will be a dividend this year, going by the earnings run rate, it might not necessarily be up to historical levels, especially because they just recovered from a negative equity position, and with the normal expectation or the normal thing to do is for them to essentially build up some level of buffers for their balance sheet to protect against uncertainty. So, but as regards dividend, there is a possibility where they might pay something this year, but I mean, it's from next year when we really start to see MTN return as the dividend king that it used to be. I think going back as far back as, or at least pre FX loss era, MTN has a history of paying about 70 to 80% of its profits as dividend. So we might start to see that coming from next year. But for this year, if at all they do any dividend, it's going to be signaling as they try as much as possible to build up their buffers in the immediate. As for capital raise, right, when the FX issue started and it was starting to look like they might have some equity position issues, right? There were talks about whether they come to the capital market to raise capital to support the balance sheet. But I mean, now that the crisis is basically over and we are seeing the company return strongly to strong earnings, it's starting to look like coming to the market to raise capital for the balance sheet might not necessarily be it's not a necessity for them anymore. All they have to do is maintain the current earnings momentum and they'll be out of the woodwork in that phrase. Though there has been talks about the company coming to the market, that's the parent company coming to the market to sell some of it, to reduce some of its stake rather in the Nigerian subsidiary. And we don't have an exact timeline on that, but going by the body language of the parent company and the group president rather, the indication we got was that they would like the company to return to a positive equity position first before they come to the market to sell their shares. And it only makes sense, right? You don't want to sell basically at the bottom of the barrel. And now that we have seen strong earnings momentum and share price momentum and the likelihood of a continuation or a return to a positive equity position in the third quarter of the year, we think that the imminent capital raise, or not capital raise, MTN parent company is likely to come into the market anytime soon to sell, to reduce its stake in its Nigerian subsidiary.
Or we let you go. Some analysts are looking at the target price to be 560 naira. What is Cardinal Stone projecting? What do people think is going to be the target price?
So currently, the stock, like I said earlier, has witnessed quite a very strong positive earnings momentum. Though I'll stop short of giving an actual and a definitive target price, but I would say that going by the earnings momentum and just general quick evaluation of the company, there's a high chance that we might see the stock maybe above 500 sometime before the year runs out. But I mean, that would depend on a number of things, right? We still also need to look at the fact that there's a strong expectation of profit taking, especially considering the rally we've seen in the first half of the year for the stock. So I think currently we just maintain a cautiously optimistic outlook on the ticker. But overall, it's a fantastic company with strong earnings momentum.
Thank you so much, Kayode, for staying with us and giving us your insights on this very important topic today. And to our viewers, we also want to say thank you for sticking with us. This is Economy and Markets. I am Norma Obona. Good morning and welcome to Economy.
Director at Remi Tinubu's Health Center, Dr. Akintayo Adebayo, in Ikoyi, says Nigerian leaders' preference for seeking medical treatment abroad while neglecting local healthcare facilities fuels a cycle of underfunding and poor quality of care, leading to a crisis in the nation's health care system. He says the normalcy of systemic issue where leaders prioritize foreign healthcare over investing in and improving local infrastructure is disheartening.
If we don't take into consideration the social welfare, it's like throwing water into the basket. What do I mean by social welfare? Why do I have to send my child to highly priced private institutions? Why do I have to? If the public institutions have a common standard and they have the necessary infrastructure and the resources there is adequate to pass the prerequisite knowledge, why do I have to send them abroad or to any private institution? That is part of social welfare. If the hospital is working well, that is also part of social welfare. Why do I need to go to other high-priced, air-conditioned facilities where they will give you cutthroat bills that would lead people to catastrophic spending? The resources they're supposed to use for something else, they are now using it to service health.
Nigerian leaders, including the president and governors, often bypass local hospitals, including the heavily funded Asurok Clinic, for medical care abroad. This practice stems from a lack of trust in the quality of health care available within Nigeria and a perception that foreign hospitals offer superior care.
The infrastructure is not good enough. The people are not well motivated. Majority of them are demotivated. And it is the people, it is the professional that makes the hospital work. If this building is used, it's just an ordinary building without the doctors or nurses there. And pele, please, sorry does not heal any wound. It cannot even, resuscitate a dying soul. We need to deep dive and think strategically and intentionally. Decide that we want to fix the system. Fix the system looking at the past. Fix the system now that we're able to service us well for the future.
He says most of the time what the doctors and nurses do a sympathetic strike. As he said, it's the people that should fight for doctors as well as nurses. He informs the doctors and nurses are angry because their salaries were cut out of the blues, hence the constant brain drain. He says the building of the hospital is just an ordinary building without nurses and doctors, as it is an affront to our nation that our leaders are traveling abroad for medical care.
It's an affront on our nation that in spite of the high intellectuals that we have in this country, professionals, doctors, surgeons that we have in this country, our president will be going abroad for healthcare delivery. I'm sorry to say, they need to be revisited. They need to think deeper within themselves. Do a total audit. What do we really need to make this system to work for me not to go abroad again? That's what they should be doing. And it's not that difficult.
Also, the recent nurses' strike posed a great difficulty to both doctors and patients, as labor wards of several medical facilities were under lock and key, thereby causing a rift between doctors and nurses. Destiny Mama, bdtv News.
and welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped our economies and the world of business. I am Norma Obodna, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, August 8th.
On this day in 1908, Wright brothers publicly showed off their flying machine for the first time. The human airflight pioneers displayed their flying machine and its capabilities at a race course at Le Mans, France, 5 years after they made their first successful flight in 1903. The flights, piloted by Wilbur, lasted only 1 minute and 45 seconds, captured the imagination of the audiences and silenced their critics and doubters. And on this day in 1967, ASEAN was founded. The Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, is an economic and political organization which was formed by the heads of Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Singapore, and Thailand signed the Bangkok Declaration. The purpose of the organization is to promote regional peace and stability and encourage economic development in the region. Today, ASEAN has 10 member states. They include Indonesia, Vietnam, Laos, Brunei, Thailand, Myanmar, the Philippines, Cambodia, Singapore, and Malaysia. And finally, on this day in 1974, Nixon announced his resignation. The 37th President of the United States, Richard Nixon's resignation came as a response to the Watergate scandal. The scandal erupted after it was revealed that Nixon government was involved in the cover-up of a break-in of the Democratic National Committee headquarters at the Watergate complex. The revelations prompted the Congress to initiate impeachment proceedings against Nixon. His resignation made him the first president in American history to resign while in office.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Obodna. Thank you for watching BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I will look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased. Nothing like service again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, nothing from my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Business Day TV News at noon. I am Destiny Momo. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. And let's see what's making headlines. The federal government secures $1 billion to drive healthcare reforms. Nigerian firms to handle 90% of Shell's contracts. And Dangote hikes petrol price, resumes sale after 1 week suspension. Trump orders census overhaul to exclude undocumented immigrants and sparks debates. Benjamin Sesko to undergo Man United medical ahead of €85 million move. And now let's begin the news. In Nigeria, where the Minister of State for Health and Social Welfare, Isiaq Salako, has revealed that the federal government has secured more than $1 billion in concessional financing and grants to revitalize Nigeria's healthcare system. Speaking at the Business Day Health Conference in Abuja on Thursday, Salako revealed that the funding sourced through engagements with partners such as the WHO, USAID, World Bank, Global Fund, UNICEF, UNFPA, and Target will support the country's ongoing health sector reforms. Salako described revitalizing the health sector as not merely an administrative goal, but a national imperative. The minister outlined the government's transformation agenda as being focused on saving lives and also improving patient outcomes. And now moving on, Shell Nigeria Exploration and Production Company Limited says 90% of the contract's value in its operations will be executed by Nigerian companies as part of efforts to build a more sustainable energy future in Nigeria. The managing director of SNEPCO, Ronald Adams, revealed these at the Nigerian Annual International Conference and Exhibition of the Nigerian Council of the Society of Petroleum Engineers in Lagos. Adams says Shell is committed to supporting Nigeria's energy goals through the deployment of the right policies, technology, efficient supply chains, and local human capital development. Highlighting Shell's performance on the Bonga field, he revealed that the company is leveraging predictive analytics, integrated data systems, and proactive maintenance to achieve record levels of plant availability nearly 2 decades after first oil. And now to end the local news, the Dangote Petroleum Refinery has resumed the sales of premium motor spirit, popularly known as petrol, after a 1-week suspension with a revised ex-depot price of 850 naira per litre, up from the previous rate of 820 naira. And this represents a 3.66% increase in the ex-depot price, raising fresh concerns about the potential hikes in pump prices across the country. And this updated price, tracked via industry platform, became effective Thursday as loading activities resumed at the 650,000 barrels per day facility located in the Lekki Free Trade Zone in Lagos. And despite a hike in petrol price, the refinery has reportedly maintained its competitive edge in diesel sales, offering automotive gas oil at 990 naira per litre to bulk buyers. And meanwhile, the United States President Donald Trump has directed the Department of Commerce to begin work on a new population survey that excludes undocumented immigrants from the official count. According to reports, the move has reignited a politically and legally fraught debate ahead of the 2030 census. In a Truth Social post on Thursday, Trump exclaimed he had instructed officials to begin developing what he called a new and highly accurate census, which would draw on data from the 2024 presidential election and focus on modern-day facts and figures. The announcement have raised immediate constitutional questions and could reportedly reshape the political map by altering how congressional seats and federal resources are distributed across the country. To end the news, striker Benjamin Sesko is set for a medical at Manchester United after a fee was agreed with RB Leipzig, and Sesko will cost an initial £66.3 million before add-ons, which could reach up to €73.7 million. And according to reports, payments have been arranged in favorable way to allow United to keep spending, while the entirety of Marcus Rashford's €325,000 a week salary is being covered by his loan move to Barcelona. United also received €5 million from Chelsea after the Blues pulled out of deal to sign Jadon Sancho. And now that's where we wrap it up this afternoon in the Business Day TV News. At noon, I am Destiny Momo. Keep watching Business Day TV. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon and welcome to BDTV Roundtable, where we discuss issues of national interest as it affects you, as it affects me, as it affects all of us in Nigeria and even beyond. Today, we'll be discussing a very important matter, and that's the promise of Mr. Peter Obi, former governor of Anambra State, to serve only one term if elected as a president of Nigeria in 2027. Well, the statement by Peter Obi has generated so much controversy across Nigeria, from the presidency to the current governor of Anambra State, Chukwuma Soludo, to even the factional leader in the Labour Party, where Obi ran for presidency in 2023. Everybody's just criticizing Peter Obi for claiming that he will be doing just one term if given an opportunity in 2027. Well, it seems that Obi's, I should say, Obi's openness is drawing so much criticism against him. I don't know. Today we have in the studio to discuss this issue with me, Mr. Uroko, who is the assistant editor here in Business Day.
Thank you for
You're
having
welcome,
me.
Mr. Uroko. I also have Mr. Zebola Agomo, who is the Sunday editor of Business Day.
Thank you for inviting me.
Welcome, gentlemen. Like I said in my intro, last Sunday, Peter B tweeted, of course, this is not the first time he has said this, but again, he was reiterating it on Sunday, that if given the opportunity to serve, if elected in 2027, he will only serve for one term. And like I said, this has generated so much controversy. There are people who are now dragging Peter Obi for saying this. Peter Obi actually said he was trying to, point to the fact that there have been people who have served one time in other countries and they've done so well. He cited Abraham Lincoln of the United States. He also cited John F. Kennedy, also in the United States. Of course, he also cited in Africa, he cited Nelson Mandela, who also did one term. And Peter Obi is saying that, look, all of these people left enduring legacy. And that for him, if given the opportunity, he will also leave enduring legacy. And of course, just one time. But this statement has not gone down well with a lot of people. So let me start with you. Is it a crime for one to say his mind now? Is it a crime now? Peter B has said his mind, but a lot of people are not
Comfortable with that.
are not comfortable with this statement.
Yeah.
What's your take on this?
Thank you so much, Josh. I am not surprised what is going on and the gamut of doubt that his openness has generated, because we live in a country where trust deficits have become the order of the day. People no longer trust political practitioners and those who hold public offices, because during the electioneering campaign, they go about reading all manner of promises, telling you that they will make the country Eldorado and they turn the country into heaven just in one day. But as soon as they're inaugurated, they will forget all the promises. So those who are doubting that Peter Obi will not do what he promised may have been looking at it from that point of view, that all politicians, that in fact, they are painting all politicians with the same tar, and it's unfortunate. And we need to move away from such unfortunate scenario we have found ourselves as a country. We need to begin to see our leaders live by their word. Let their word be their bond. Because if our leaders had lived up to expectation, lived up to their promises, there wouldn't have arisen all this gamut of controversy that have tread Peter Obi's openness, or what I can call a sincere promise. Because here is a man that said, it doesn't take me donkey years to make Nigeria a livable place. 6 months, for instance, look at the late Muhammad Muritala Muhammad.
Okay.
Muritala Muhammad.
Yeah, who was assassinated.
Assassinated. Under 6 months, Nigeria felt his presence, of which if Muritala Muhammad had lasted for 2 years, Nigeria wouldn't be where it is today, perhaps. Look at President Umaru Musa. How many years did he spend? Nigerians today can attest to a lot of positive things he did. The peace we started seeing in Niger Delta was initiated by him. A lot of good policies he brought to bear that we are still enjoying today. So it doesn't really matter how many years a leader. What matters is openness, the truthfulness, and the willingness to work, the political will to change things for your people. P2B believes that if he comes on board, 3 years is more than enough for him to make a mark in the country. Personally, I don't doubt him. Okay. I believe from what he has been able to do in Anambra State when he was governor under 8 years.
Okay.
It's verifiable that the man can still do something there. I am not his campaign manager anyway, but I'm saying these are the possibilities.
Okay. Thank you, Zed. Before we go into perhaps what Peter B has done in the past, Chuka, let me come to you. In a country and in the continent where we've seen seat-tight leaders who despite being old, just keep going election after election after we've seen. And we live in a country, and in fact Africa generally, where leaders don't just want to leave power. They would rather die there. But Peter B is saying, I want to do one time. And one would have expected that a statement like this will be embraced by a lot of people. So, wow, this is one man who wants to just do one time and go. But the reaction we are getting, the opposite is the case. Like I said, one would have expected people to hail him and say, wow, one time in a continent where people just want to stay in power and probably die there. But here, in terms of the reaction we have seen so far, the opposite is the case. People are actually now criticizing rather than welcoming this. What do you think is responsible for this?
I think my colleague has answered almost 50% of what the question you are just asking. And central to all of this is the trust deficit we are talking about. We don't trust even ourselves. Even within any small community, there's mutual distrust.
Is it trust that is making people not to be happy?
Let me just explain what I mean. When somebody is telling you something, you know that, there's nothing, it doesn't mean it.
We have seen it before.
We have seen it before, we have heard this before. But again, you find that we have heard politicians who will come into power, spend 8 years, and there's nothing positive to show. So when somebody comes and tells you he's going to do 4 years and there will be impact, becomes a difficult thing to believe. That, and we have just alluded to some African countries, especially a place like Cameroon, where you have somebody who have been there. Paul Biya have been there right from almost the time we were in primary school. And here we are. The same man is still there. And as if Cameroon has turned to anything better than where he came. So when you are talking about either as a country or as a continent, we are just one and the same people. And that's why people find it difficult to believe that when you say, it's such a short period of time, I'm going to do this. But the challenge we have is that we have not really been able to say, let us give it this benefit of doubt.
Yeah.
For somebody who came to say, I want to be president. Don't forget that Nigerians today believe that P2B won that presidency. So we have a different brand of politician on our hands.
And you don't believe.
Yeah, people don't believe that because at least he has 6 million votes from Nigerians on his kitty. When he comes back, because of what I've experienced within the last 2 years, he may scale that number.
Yes.
Because people have seen that we are just
so,
fed with...
Nigerian believe Peter B won the 2023 election.
In some quarters, they believe that Peter B won.
But they didn't win.
Nobody,
the record does
he didn't win. And why we
it.
cannot say he didn't win is that he's not the president today.
He didn't win.
So he didn't win.
Based on INEC,
but there are assumptions in some quarters that he won that election. Even if he didn't win, he didn't win really. He has a reasonable number of votes compared to those who have been traditional contestants in that same election. So for me, I think why this is drawing a lot of flags from Nigerians is that we have seen it all. There are precedents. But P2B comes off as somebody who... P2B is not a magician. Another thing that I think people doubt what the man is saying is that the rot in the country is so deep. We have so bastardized the country that for you, if we say, oh, how many holes this man coming to farm with the whole of this land that is full of thorns and thistles. So it is because of the nature of the country we have that has gone so bad. Then people are imagining, say, will 4 years actually be enough for him to clean this? We're going to tell you, yes, this mess within the system. So, trust deficit, the magnitude of work to be done, and then the fact that we have seen it before, we have heard it before, and there was that. So, it's difficult to believe. Difficult to believe.
Yeah, it's difficult to believe, actually. It's difficult to believe. It's difficult to believe because the special spokesperson, Bayo Ananuga, actually was making reference to Obi's, earlier promise not to leave APGA, and that eventually he left APGA despite promising that he would stay in APGA. And so maybe part of it is maybe what is playing up here. I mean, he said, look, Obi is a liar. You don't trust him because he has said he will never leave APGA, but he left. So why should you trust such a person? What's your reaction?
No, there's this is a political system, and we are facing another round of election. And when an opposition is saying things, he will always whip up all manner of
I know where he's coming from
to favor him and to allude to his to make whatever he's saying believable. Bayo Ananuga is the spokesman of the president. And to that extent, he shouldn't expect him to be praising Peter. Peter B leaving APGA, from what I have read, was because of also some opposition that arose when Governor Obiano came on board as the governor. You cannot stay in a party where your life is being threatened, your life in quotes is being threatened. So, yes, we read and heard that P2B made a promise to the late Odumegwu, the father, the patron of that party of APGA, that he will continue with APGA. But when there arose certain opposition and that threatened his life, as I have read in some places. So the man had to run for his dear life. So to that extent, you should not, okay, today people can say, who is more APGA than the wife of Odumegwu Ojukwu, who is serving in an APC government today? Bianca Ono is an APGA woman. But what is she doing in an APC if you can look at it from that? So P2B left because he wanted to move ahead, to move on with his life. So he was not tied to the umbilical cord of APGA. So that being it, again, you should not be listening to all those people or all those who have been saying that Obi, they didn't believe that Obi could do what he has promised. Most of these are coming from the opposition. Like I've said, we are facing a new round of election, and you don't expect the opposition to be saying anything that is in favor of P2B or in favor of
the
his
opposition.
party. It's an opposition. They play the opposition party. Professor Governor Soludo in Anambra State, you know where he's coming from. Soludo has never shown himself to be a supporter of P2B. Now they are not in the same party. They are brothers, at least as far as coming from the same state is concerned. But they are divided by virtue of the party they belong. So he can say anything, and the people know where he's coming from. So those who are saying that they don't believe him are coming from the opposition part. But those who have seen the consistency of a P2B as a politician still believe that perhaps what he said, what the man is saying is that if it takes Nigeria 2 years to be where the country is now, it can as well take the country 2 years to leapfrog, to turn around. Things will turn the corner. So that to that extent, he doesn't need up to 4 years to make Nigerians feel them part of government, feel them part of a new government. So that is, I think, I understand how he's saying.
Okay.
So 4 years to that extent could help him to serve the country and serve the country well. Okay. Again, why Nigerians are saying a difficult, because I listened to Professor Soludo, the governor of Anambra State. He said anybody saying that could
need a psychiatric test.
Need a psychiatric test. Yeah. But he is talking because of himself, because as a politician, he's not satisfied with the 4 years he is already doing. He's looking at another year. So he is talking, addressing himself, that if I say that I'm satisfied with this thing, I should be
I should have done something.
I should have done something. So, and again, what also did not help or has not helped with this promise is because of what President Olusegun Obasanjo wanted to do after the second term. He wanted to change things to run for third term. So which means that place, if you test it, so there is something there. So those who are there now believe that there must be something there that if you test it.
No, that if you give him the chance.
If you give him the chance and he tests it.
So
those are some of them.
Just the 2011, right, when Jonathan ran and won in 2011, there was this talk about the fact that there was some kind of agreement
that you would do,
that Jonathan entered into with some political groups that just give me just support me for 2011 when I win, I will not hear so bad.
Then it came for
2015. Jonathan he ran again. I forgot some people still. So perhaps I don't know whether it was just.
I think P2B also has this gambit, so to speak, that the North knows that after 4 years, of 8 years of the South, it is their turn. So for him also to score the favor of the Northerners, he said, "Oh, I'm not going to encroach into your time."
So the guy is also playing politics.
Yes, I'm not going to encroach into your time. That the moment I'm done with the remaining 4 years after Tinubu, in assuming he defeats Tinubu, and then comes on for 4 years. Oh, it is your turn. Then you take over it becomes your turn, because they are now being turn by turn, the South and the North. So Peter Obi also, beyond all the excuses we may have given for his ability to perform, also is playing some level of politics by giving it to the Northerners that even though I have this ambition, it's not going to affect your chances or your turn when the time comes. So, because if he doesn't play that kind of gambit, this the Northerners may, this is another person who is coming to change things for us, and therefore he wouldn't get their support. So in order to get the support of the North, he also has to say, it is I'm not going to encroach into your time. Just give me this period and you see things. And we should believe that if the present government could just make one policy statement and the country came to where it is, what's one policy statement? there's every likelihood that somebody can also make another policy statement and things will change, go the other way around.
Okay.
All these are just possibilities that things that are possible. Not that anybody is short of anybody. P2B is not Jesus Christ.
Yeah, sure.
I must acknowledge that.
Yeah.
It's not a Jesus Christ. He could come and the next day you see a group of people coming up from everywhere. Okay, you earnestly ask for P2B second term. It's not impossible in Nigeria from what we have seen before.
And you could take
as good as or as bad as Abacha was, a lot of people came up from everywhere. Youth earnestly asked for.
If I should jump in there, it will be very difficult for anybody from the South to win election in 2031 because it is clear that
the
it
turn
is
of the north.
turn of the north. So that was also what played against the PDP in the last election because feeding
another
candidate was a minus for that party, and they are still paying for it now. So if someone comes to run against the turn of another region, obviously Nigerians have accepted that rotational presidency,
even though not written.
Even though not written, it's a gentleman agreement, and it has stuck. So what is at stake now is the next 4 years, and that is why the Southerners are banking on it, that they have to start out.
They still have
8 years.
the 4 years.
And that is what Obi is banking on and telling them 4 years is sacrosanct. And I read what he pushed out his statement at the weekend, that he still stuck to that promise, and it's sacrosanct that he will not, of course, even if he wants to go beyond that.
There will be hurdles.
There will be hurdles, and he cannot. He can't clear those hurdles.
But let me stay with you, Zeb. There are people who have also said, "Look, Obi, you are promising to do just 4 years, and go." But again, as we speak, we don't even know the party you are going to run because. It doesn't look like
it's still in the
Labour Party, and then you have not actually officially joined ADC, and then you have left. You are calling you in PDP. So before you begin to talk about the fact that you want to do one term, what party actually are you going to?
Your platform.
What's your platform? What are you going to run?
Actually, this, whether we like to say it the way it is or not, that is the way it is. Labour Party is in crisis. P2B cannot go in now because Abure is the faction that is being recognized by the INEC. Nena de Osman is a splinter.
But he has not also officially left the Labour Party.
Who?
Peter Obi.
No, he has not. He's on the side of the Nena de Osman-led faction.
Yes. Okay.
So if a party is not stable, is not one, you cannot claim to be a family. And that's why he has sent the Labour Party of the Osman Nenadi bloc, has sent Dati Ahmed to go on a conciliatory drive with Abure faction so that they will come together and continue in that rapport. So being in ADC also is also to understand how things are going. And he's trying to woo the northern part of this country to be on his side. And the majority of the people in that ADC
are from the north.
It will be naive on his part for him now to stay back and just say, okay, I am in Labour Party, that he doesn't know whether he's sinking or he's surviving. And in a PDP, some people are advising him that going back to PDP will amount to going back to Egypt.
Yes.
That PDP door is closed, and it's closed for him, and that's the advice people are giving him. So it will benefit him to stay in ADC to watch what is happening, bidding the time, because as we go into the election, in the next 1 year, a lot of alignments and realignments. In fact, some other parties that are seeking registration
may have come
with the INEC may have come up. And who knows the party now? When he contested on the platform of the Labour Party, nobody expected it. It was a known party, an unknown party. He brought that party to a limelight. So who knows if there's another version of Labour Party that he will latch on, that he will leverage.
Let me ask, because we're trying to manage time around. There are people who have said that, look, Obi is desperate to become president, and that's why he's telling you that he just want to do one term. Just desperation. This man is just too desperate, and that's why he's telling you he will do just one term.
If you look at
is this statement a function of desperation?
Politicians generally are desperate people. They are desperate people, and that's why you see people who ordinarily should not even contest for any position at all coming to square up with other people because they want power. There's nobody who is looking for power that should not be desperate about it, because it's not just trust on you for the sake of it. So to describe Obi as a desperate politician, well, it suits him. But it's not a crime to be desperate when you are looking for something that you passionately need. P2B can be said to be very passionate about wanting to to rule Nigeria, because he sees what he thinks should not be. He doesn't see things that should be there in a country that he wants to rule. So to that extent, but in relation to his maybe one term, we have just explained here that he is looking for one term because he has studied the situation and seen that beyond 2031, there is no hope for anybody from the South. So it will be foolhardy of him to start campaigning, oh, I'm going to do 8 years, which will take him beyond 2030 to 2035 or something like that.
Yes.
So to that extent, I personally do not see it as a case of desperation that I just want to do 4 years and get away. And maybe because he believes in his capabilities, that given the 4 years, I'll be able to turn things around.
Okay. Let me tell you, there is nobody who wants to change negative things that cannot be desperate. Nobody.
Yeah.
In your company where you work, if you want to change things to run the way they should,
to pursue it with
the MD in an office has to be very desperate to ensure that things work well. In our families, as fathers, we have to be very desperate to make sure
that everybody along.
We carry everybody along. So desperation is part of life.
But anyway, we also saw that desperation on the part of the current president.
Yes. And that was what gave him the position where he was desperate.
He took it by force.
It was quite desperate.
The kingdom of God suffered violence, and violent men take it by force.
And the man told you, this is not power. It's not served in a restaurant.
Yes.
You just have to grab it.
A la carte. He always says it.
Okay, as we wrap up, just one more question. Just in a few seconds, let's ask this thing. Realistically, what impact can anybody make within 4 years in a country like Nigeria? Realistically.
Let me tell you. When Singapore is a place that our people normally use as when they're talking about places that had the same economic and political culture like Nigeria. The president that came, Chong Yuan, that he turned things around. He looked into the country was in a mess. He came up under 2-3 years. Things were put in place. Nigeria doesn't need 4 years for things to. It took only 1 day for Nigeria to change the way we are now. That policy statement by the president, subsidy is gone, and we are not recovered. 1 day. So it can also take a policy statement by anybody. It could be by the current statement, president, current administration, to now come and say something will happen, a policy statement that could turn things around for the better.
Yeah.
So it doesn't take donkey years to make things happen in a country. So I believe that if someone says, I have something to offer, the person may have something to offer. Whoever that wants to become president of this country in 2027, all of them are just, and I believe if they interact with you, you will also know that they have something to offer. So you cannot just put a blanket and say, where we are is where we are. There's no going beyond this place. Right. So things can be better even in two weeks.
I think that according to your question, how much can be achieved within 4 years? A lot. Let us use the example of Lateef Jakonde in Lagos.
Yes.
He did just 4 years. I remember, don't forget that it was on his second term that his government, the military came and toppled the government. But today, all over Nigeria, all over Lagos, it's about Jakonde. Whether I'm talking about education, about infrastructure, talking about housing, everything. I agree that especially his housing model was not the best, but people are there providing shelter for people. And if you see what Femi Gbajabiamila Amila has done of Jakonde houses in Surulere, you find that there's nothing that is not possible.
Yes.
You can only talk about Jakonde housing not being what housing should be. When you look at the kind of things you have in Maitu, you have in maybe going towards Ajah and all those kind of places, where the whole thing has become a mess. But if you look at the Surulere kind of
maintenance.
Yes.
Maintenance.
So I want to believe that a leader that comes with a vision, a leader that comes with, that is prepared to serve the people, can always achieve so much.
Yes.
As we have seen in the area of like the case of Jakonde.
All right. Thank you so very much, Mr. Roko. Thank you so very much, Mr.
Thank you for having me.
It's been a very interesting discussion with you guys this afternoon. Thanks so much for coming. This is where we call it a wrap on the BDTV Roundtable. And thank you so very much, viewers, for watching. Until we come your way again next Wednesday, this is bye from us. Thank you.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent
in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years. I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
So Nigeria, in my opinion, is tapped into tourism, but we are not operating at the level that we can, considering the potential that we have and the human capital that we have, the raw talent in the industry. Something that Stella Fubara, the keynote speaker, said today really, I think, hits home. Tourism doesn't start with the tourists. It starts with the experiences that those of us in the market create for the tourists. It has to do with the product. Is it being created and delivered at a high standard? For example, we are in the hospitality management space. We manage hotels and short-let apartments, and we deliver professional management services in that regard. Technical services advisory. We also do turnkey solutions, so we can take you from a greenfield project that's just starting construction to a fully blown and operational hotel. Now we ask ourselves, if we're not creating a product, the hotel rooms, the food and beverage, the entertainment, if we're not delivering those at a high standard, you're not going to have tourists come. If we're not marketing that we can deliver this to you, you're not going to have tourists come. And more importantly, if you're not investing in the people, the raw talent, not just in the cities, but also in the villages, if you're not teaching them how to curate, like Stella said, curate the culture to have it be an export so that people can understand what you're about, then you're really not in the business of tourism. So I think it starts with ourselves. We have to understand the products we're trying to deliver and curate it at a high standard, and also make sure that the delivery is excellent. The customer is always right. Our flagship hotel, for example, Amber Residence, which is in Ikeja GRA, it has 69 rooms. It's a business conference hotel at the 3-star level. We regularly have as our guests captains of industry who deliver events and have conferences at our hotels. We also have NGOs that have service level agreements with us where they host their events and sensitization programs there. So for us, this is a way, for example, of partnering with corporates and NGOs who have a global business. And for those that they invite from out of the country as their guests, we have them hosted at our hotel and we show them what it really means to have African hospitality. So that's a way of taking the name, not just of the brand, but of Nigeria out there. We also are developing an AHS Academy, because I will tell you, one thing in the industry that we are lacking is also training. We're lacking properly trained professionals who can, like I said, deliver the standard at a high level. And so we are working on an AHS Academy where we're looking to partner with institutes of hospitality training schools, so that we can take raw talent, whether you've gone to school for hospitality or not, and teach you the tools of the trade. What does it mean, for example, to do housekeeping properly? What does it mean to run a restaurant within a hotel properly? What does it mean to run a front office and reservations? Do you know how to use property management software? We recently had a retreat, actually, where all our general managers from the different cities in which we operate, Lagos, Benin, and Owerri, came to Lagos, and we were able to exchange ideas to see what's working in different parts of our business. And something that came up from there is that the AHS Academy we're developing definitely needs to accelerate, because beyond training people for our own brand, we're able to train leaders and hospitality professionals that can be deployed to several companies within the industry. So that's what we hope to contribute and are currently contributing. I've been able to meet with our fellow sponsors, including Ikogosi Warm Springs Resort, And I see that there's a lot that we can do together. We had a fantastic conversation, myself and Ada Matthews, about packages. A hotel is only one aspect of hospitality. You have restaurants, you have tour operators, you have those who are really going into the hinterland and finding the talents. You have fashion, textiles, you have entertainment. So what does it look like to band together, to connect with one another, to develop packages that sell? It's very important that the different operators within our market connect with one another to figure out how we can deliver the best packages to the customer. So if I manage hotels, for example, I necessarily need to partner with tour operators, partner with restaurants, partner with film houses and entertainment providers, dance companies. It's an entire ecosystem. Not one of us can make this industry successful. So I think we need to increase the level of partnerships and connections within the industry so that we're delivering packages that the customer loves. And we should be looking at tourism not just outwardly but inwardly. How do we get Nigerians to be interested in knowing what's happening all around, the country? Because if they have a good experience, they themselves, it's free publicity. They'll go outside the country and let people know this is a fantastic hotel, this is a fantastic group. They're partnering very well. We have products that you'll enjoy. I'll maybe just end and say there's a reason I think Amazon as a company is successful is because they've put the customer first. I'm a very big fan of identifying who's your client when you're in this industry. How can you best serve them? At Amber, we have a saying whenever we pick up the phone call. We say, "My name is Josephine Shafi. How can I best serve you?"
Issues we have in Nigeria are not difficult. It's not new. It's something we see elsewhere. And the best way to bring a solution or to actually make sure that those problems don't exist anymore is for all of us to agree that we want to make Nigeria and hub a destination for tourism in Africa. And also we have the resources, we have the manpower, and we have the culture to actually make that happen. So as long as both private and public sector can agree and can say to themselves, it's possible, this is possible, I'm sure we're going to excel at it. Educate the public, let everybody know that Nigeria is a hub, is a place where people can come to and actually have fun and actually learn about culture, about food, about music and movie. People are already excited about those anyway. So if we, put our hands together, both the public and the private sector, I'm sure we can do a good job of making sure that those problems don't exist anymore. So one of the things they can do is, for example, tax holiday, for very serious tourism company, tour companies who want to actually welcome people into Nigeria. Security would be good, top of the list. Fixing our airports, let it be warm, welcoming, let people come in freely, not harassed by any, law enforcement at the airport will help. Making sure that we have good infrastructure in place, electricity, good roads, and all that. These things are not difficult, So if we can just, take our time and make sure that these things are in place, I'm sure we will do a good job of improving the quality of tourist experience when they come to Nigeria. So what we try to do is because of the peculiar nature of our business, because our business we're just not a tour company, we're a company that wants people to have good experience when they go on holiday. So one of the things that we do is that we try to showcase and try to bridge the gap that's poor infrastructure and lack of security, created in welcoming people into Nigeria. So we do that by providing those infrastructure privately, making sure that we use the best of the hotels that have 24/7 electricity, making sure that we use air-conditioned buses, making sure that we take them to interesting places, we will watch over them, we try to make sure that they have a good time. Anytime they have Nigeria, they have no reason to fear. We control places they go. We do our due diligence and make sure that wherever our customers go, they don't have any complaints. So by the time they go back and tell everybody else, it looks like, okay, it's a different country that I went to, not Nigeria. Well, I can see the effort, I can see the interest, I can see the desire for people to want to grow tourism in Nigeria, and that's good. That's the beginning, but that's not where it ends. We need to keep this conversation going. Let's not end it here at this conference. It's a good thing that BusinessDay has decided to pick this up. I'm excited about it, that people are focusing on tourism, but we need to keep the conversation going. When we go back to our offices, when we go back to our circle, some government officials are here, some people who know people in high places are here. Let's keep the conversation going. Let's keep talking about it. The more we talk about it, the more we discuss it, people will definitely, people that we need to respond will respond, and they will do something about that. We'll see the change that we're looking for.
Inclusive tourism is to have everybody into consideration when you design, when you develop anything that has to do with tourism. So inclusive of people, for example, with disabilities, inclusive of women, inclusive of local communities, inclusive of people that are different from us, the diversity that we're talking about. That is what we're talking about when we're talking about inclusive tourism. The government has to always provide the framework where we all operate. What is important is for the government not to put an excess burden in the operations and ease the way we're doing business. So all these double taxations, triple taxations, fees, levies, and all these kind of things, they have to be streamlined in a way that will empower the industry rather than hindering it. The major takeaway from today is that tourism and hospitality becomes a headline, becomes a hardcore point of discussion. It's an industry that can only grow, an industry that can provide Nigeria extreme growth and extreme development. Inclusive tourism is to have everybody into consideration when you design, when you develop anything that has to do with tourism. So inclusive of people, for example, with disabilities, inclusive of women, inclusive of local communities, inclusive of people that are different from us,
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello viewers, welcome to another exciting edition of the BD Extra Show on bdtv. My name is Anthony Uduba. Today we are having a guest here who's a seasoned professional in the music business. Welcome, Mr. Brown Marvin.
Hey, thank you so much for having me.
Hi, it's nice to get to meet you again.
Well, it's a pleasure, my brother.
Yeah, so how has it been? How's it been so far?
Everything's been cool.
Yeah.
We thank God.
Yes.
Everything's been okay.
Yeah, from short story, like we met a couple of days ago and we're rebuttaling on, the music business and all of that. And I'm like, this guy needs to be here. He needs to educate us.
Yeah, it's crazy how we met at that event a few days ago.
Yeah.
And that's it. So we're here today to talk about it.
Yeah, thank you so much for honoring our invites.
Well, it's a pleasure. We always show up.
So let's talk about you. You are a seasoned professional in the music business, and you are a producer at Sound City.
Yes.
One of Africa's most illustrious entertainment platform. And over the years, you've been in the music business for almost 10 years or more.
Yes, please.
And so tell us about your journey, how you started. You discussed something about being in Trace before. So just tell us a trajectory of your career in the music business so far, so our audience gets to know.
Okay, everything started, this is like about 2018, yes, 2017, 2018. Back then, when I used to be in Cameroon, it's just crazy because I used to work with this radio station called Nostalgie. Nostalgie was like a French radio station that was actually built in Cameroon. So from there, I actually left Nostalgie to Trace when Trace came into Africa newly, and that was in Cameroon. So I started with Trace Africa. I was like one of the youngest, TV producers, cinematographers. Back then, it was crazy.
What age, sorry?
I was about, I think, that was like 17, 18 years old. Wow. I was really young.
Wow.
Just a young graduate that, just left the university and, was trying to, put ends together. But I was really good. I know I was really very good in what I was doing, because when I was young, I always wanted to be, that TV guy, So the passion was always there. So I started with Nostalgie. After Nostalgie, I went to Trace when Trace just fully came in. Yeah, I worked with Trace for a couple of years where I collaborated with a lot of artists. It's not even like I can start naming. There are a lot of them, a lot of them. Then after that, I had to relocate back to Nigeria, early years of 2019, where I started working with my current office now, Sound City TV. And from Sound City, that's where another chapter of progression came in, because at Sound City, that was a period where the Afrobeat, was actually having a hype.
Yeah.
Collaborating with artists like P Square, Whiskey on their shows, on their events. It was really a great one. So it's just like, it's a process. It's been a process. I can't narrate everything because it's been a journey.
Yeah, so thank you for that. So let's rebuttal on, you just mentioned P Square and Whiskey. So tell us, how was it like working, because you're a associate producer for a number of shows and all that, and while we were discussing, you mentioned about Whiskey made in Lagos.
Yes.
So please tell us what it was like working as an associate producer.
Okay, working as an associate producer, Whiskey Made in Lagos was like an event put together by Sound City, Sound City TV, which Whiskey was like the headline artist. That event, I'm gonna say that's one of the craziest events that we've really had in Nigeria, because it was really crazy. The population, the number of people that came for that event, it was really, really crazy. So as an associate producer, what you do more is like, make sure that the events, the venue, the cameras, everything, it's actually well set for production. Then also the calls for the upcoming artists that are going to like open, the shows, and just making sure that everything, works out well in the realm of the production.
So while doing that, you work basically with the management of these artists?
Sure. These are events that were organized by Sound City, which is the company where I work with.
Okay.
So it means the management, we already have some kind of communications with them.
So we need to know, what are the things that are being looked into when live shows, there's a lot that happens behind the scenes in live events.
Yes.
Please tell us what it is like when you are in discussions, pre-events, during the event, and basically post-event. What is it like for you? Like, what has the conversation been like, and what is
the most important thing when you actually first of all think of an event is the venue.
Okay.
You should be sure that your venue is ready. Then after the venue, you should be thinking also of a headline artist. Headline artist who can actually pull up, a massive crowd, which that was the whole original idea of the Wizkid meeting, because at that period in time, Wizkid was that artist who was actually giving it, very hot internationally, and he was one of the biggest artists back then. So having Wizkid to headline that kind of a show, it was really not too much to put, when it comes in terms of, communication or personal message, because this guy already was someone that once you just do a little publicity of, that kind of event, automatically his fans are ready millions of people are ready to attend. As I'm saying, this show was one of the most craziest shows. The populations, it was crazy. It was crazy. So everything, when it comes to putting on the event together, the venue has to be ready, making sure that the team, everybody, the camera people, the locations, the lights. So generally, it's just making sure that everything is set for the day of the shoot.
So let's talk about the cost of promoting artists when it comes to live events. What is it like in the Nigerian music space? How is it like what's the cost like in organizing events, promoting, and also the venue? As you said, you mentioned the venue is also part of it. What's the cost?
Looking at promoting an event or promoting an artist for a live event in Nigeria, cost-wise is really very expensive, because if you're looking at an event that is going to sell, you should be looking at a venue that is accessible. That's the most important thing, because if your choice of venue is very, very important. If the venue is somewhere where people it'll be difficult for people to access, that's already a problem. Secondly, when it comes to who is actually lining the show, is it an artist who has some kind of fan base, or is it an artist who is still upcoming? Because nowadays it's very expensive to actually put events or live performances out there, because not every artist who is probably an upcoming or who doesn't have a record label, you can't just wake up one morning and say you want to put on a live event, because it's a lot of money when it comes to getting the locations, getting the right equipment, the sound, and also, the cameras or the media that is going to come and, cover the event. It goes into a lot of costs. It's not something that you just wake up one morning and say you want to start doing. You should be sure that you have partners. You should be sure that you have sponsors that will come and at least help you with the funds, so you can actually be able to, put up a show.
So we're talking about this, and the likes of Wizkid, Burna Boy, Rema, they're all having events outside of the country, and they are our boys, they are our people. But we are not seeing that sort of energy in the summer. It's summertime. A lot of people are trying to get their groove on and going for concerts, going for festivals, and all of that. We don't have that here in Nigeria. Basically, we only have that towards the end of the year.
Towards the end of the year.
The Dirty December-ish, which has tried to be like a form of a culture now. We're taking it seriously right now. But if I would say for the younger artists, for the upcoming artists, what can be done for these people to maximize, when there's an absence of big artists who cannot perform during the summer, or who might not even see that kind of buzz during the Dirty December period. What do you think can be done in terms of having the younger or the upcoming artists or the emerging artists? How can they leverage all of this, and how can producers also help?
For instance, I'm going to get this. You see, right now, Afrobeat has gone so big that our artists are very expensive.
Yeah.
That's one thing. It's very difficult to get an artist right now to headline an event, because once you call the artist for an event or whatever, the kind of prizes, you know, the kind of money that they're calling, it's not everybody that can actually pay, you know, that kind of funds. And also looking at the economy of a country and everything, people really don't invest into things like that again. So they just wait for some kind of particular moment when they know that a lot of people, you know, like for instance, the December period is the best period because they know a lot of people are coming in for the date of December. That's when you see a lot of shows coming back to back. And that's the problem, because if the artists are not being able to bring down their prices, it's going to be very difficult. The upcoming ones, every business person who wants to do an event is to make money. So there's no way I'm going to invest so much money into an event that I'm not going to make it back. Because when it comes to putting an event together, you need to, as I said, location, you need to have a whole full team that's working. You need to have the media come. You need to do publicity, you need to, and you have to pay the actors. So if the artist is asking you $1 million, are you sure you're going to get back that $1 million? That's the thing. So show promoters right now are in some kind of situation where they can't actually, you know, pay this kind of money because the actors are demanding so much. And also, you will want to do a show with an artist that can make, you know, bring back, you know, let it be rentable. You're not doing a show with an artist that you won't be able to sell tickets. Like, few events have come up and they've not happened because tickets were not sold or sponsors have pulled out. So if you are looking to put in a show now, you are thinking twice. It's not something that you just stand and say, hey, I want to do a show and I want to put in actors together. You should be able to also sell, you know, sell the venues. Out there, those people, they have the culture of paying actors because they have the money. But now the industry is not the way we see, like the way we feel. For instance, you will see actors nowadays making millions of streams online, but they are not making money. They are not making money. Like if you look at Spotify or the other app, music distribution, Apple Music and everything, for an artist in Nigeria to have about 1 million streams, he gets back just $300, which is no money. So if he can make that kind of money from Nigeria, what's his target? Cross-marketing, looking at, you know, international. That's why you see all our big celebrities, all our big actors are out there, from the likes of Burna, from the likes of David, Wizkid. You can name them. They are out there back to back, you know, giving big shows there, because those people that have the budget, they have the money that actually, you know, can actually do those kind of levels of events back to back. But in Africa, how many show promoters can really say, okay, I'm going to pay you 500 million, I'm going to pay this person 500 million, I'm going to pay. And at the end of the day, you make that money back. It's very, very difficult. It's very, very difficult. So, yeah.
So what the challenge basically is they are not sure these artists can pull in the numbers that they need to recoup the money that they're going to spend on this artist and all
on this event. Because at the end of the day, I've seen a lot of show promoters get into some kind of situation, like probably, you know, depressed after a show because they've not really they've invested so much money, you know, they've invested so much money that at the end of the day, I worked on this production, I'm not really going to call the name of the show producer, where this man, he spent about $2 million when it comes to, he spent about $2 million when it comes to, you know, headlining actors. We had big names on that event. I'm not going to call it like, it's going to be like an anonymous thing. We got big headliners, but at the end of the day, he was kind of depressed. He couldn't actually smile like for about a week, because for him it was like, how will I put so much money and I can get it back? That was because the show, not everybody has that money. For instance, if you say a Whiskey is doing an event where the tickets starts from probably $1 million, depending on the tables, and you know, let's say the normal regular tickets is about 50K or 30K, 25K. Well, some people can afford it, but not everybody, because looking also at the economy right now, things are really kind of tight. So it's going to be very difficult for you to actually get, and if you want to do that kind of event, that kind of live performance with an A-list artist, you should be looking at a good location. And when you look at a good location, a specific location, you're looking at how much it's a lot of money, like probably Eco Convention Center, or are you looking at Eco Atlantic? Or so when you start naming those locations, those are not cheap locations. Those are locations for headliners. So if you are sure that you're gonna like pull in that kind of location, and the sponsors are gonna come in, and at the end of the day, every person that comes to actually push or sponsor an event is because he needs to gain something from it. But at the end of the day, if he doesn't get back what he's putting in, it becomes a whole issue. So it's very crazy. We should look in at probably the actors, they can be affordable so that we can have a lot of events coming up in the country, because, well, it's a good thing you guys are, you know, putting stadiums, like, you know, big halls out there. But when it comes back to your country, it becomes a whole big issue because the fans can't afford. You understand? The fans, they can't afford it. They can't.
So because I key with you on that, because last year we had shows, you know, ranging from 150K to 200K, and we have, like, you know, the kind of, some people don't afford the table.
Definitely, some people will not. Some people can't afford those kind of tickets. It's terrible, because that's the thing. You don't know how much the show promoter, the event promoter, has paid the headline artist. You don't know. The only thing that most times saves them is that there are a lot of actors, you know, coming out from the industry right now. A lot of them can be available to open, you know, the shows and everything. So it's kind of like, but still, are you sure that you're gonna make back the money? So why don't you wait for a specific period where you know that by this time the country is gonna be, you know, there's gonna be a lot of people coming in. That's gonna be like the easiest way for you to, you know, maximize it, because there's a lot of funds coming into the country. There are a lot of people coming into the country who will be ready to pay
those kind of
whatsoever to attend those kind of, you know, events.
Now let's talk about music management. I see you've got into music management for a while now.
Yes.
So can you briefly tell us how it's been for you personally before we now move into the business of music management? So how has it been?
Okay, for me personally, when I actually started working with actors in the term as a media attaché, at some point in time, I felt like, okay, I shouldn't just be involved in the media aspect. I should also involve myself into management too, because from the periods of time that I've been with the artists, I've learned a lot of things, a lot of skills in management. And I also decide now to become a talent manager. So most times I can listen to an artist and I feel like, oh, this artist is promising. And I can, you know, get in touch with the artist. Most times they get in touch with me to actually help them on their projects, if probably they're dropping their projects. And in a conversation, you can just chip in like, hey, okay, I'm looking for a manager and I want you, and yeah, fine. If I'm free to actually, you know, work with you as a manager, then fine. If I'm not free, then I'll probably, you know, tell you that I have so and so person you can actually reach out to work with. But personally, I've worked with promising actors. Her name is Jola Music. She is a very great, very great actress. Even though it's still been the process of, you know, making her get to some kind of level, but yeah, she's doing very well in the market here in the business.
Yeah, so let's quickly move to what is trending in the Nigerian music space.
Yes.
Going to the top albums, on the Nigerian charts, and we do used to turntable charts
Turntable
too.
charts, yeah.
They're very credible,
reliable
people in terms of data.
Yeah.
And this is what we're kind of lacking in the industry. The lack of data has made us to forget history.
History, sure.
So getting this data, available data, tells us a lot about what new guys in town and what they're trying to do to make us out there better. And we have the likes of Olamide. Olamide's album, according to turntable data, did 13,000 album units during the week in 2020 and all that. So what is your thoughts about the album?
Man, this album, I'm gonna say this album is sick. I was opportune to be there at the listening party, the release.
Wow.
So it was a moment of getting to listen to good music.
I think the album party was like a moment in itself.
It was a moment. The caliber of people who were there, the music industry and the media, it was really crazy. Like Olamide has never disappointed. Like that's someone that I know that he's very good in managing artists, putting them together as a record label boss, and he is also super good in making music in a row. So this album, I give it a 10 over 10.
Wow.
To be honest, I give it a 10 over 10.
Wow. So we have like the likes of Shako Deluxe and did 3,000 album units. It's number 3 on the album list in Nigeria. We have the likes of Davido's 5 on 4th. Let's talk about Davido's 5.
Davido's 5, man. I was really opportune as well when he was wanting to drop the album. Before he even came out, we were opportune because he came into the studio and we had like a chat, and he made us listen to the album. And bro, David is David. David is that kind of person that any kind of sound he actually falls in. I don't know how to explain it, but this guy has something that any kind of music, any kind of collaboration, he kills it. From the collaboration with Omale, that's the biggest track that we have right now in Africa. No cap. To the one he did with Victoria Monet. So David is someone that has always, been in that top level, and him being for more than a decade, he's still giving us back to back. So for me, that album is crazy. I also give it a 10 over 10.
Wow.
Yeah, man. It's crazy.
Awuke to me is like my best song in the album. I don't know why. I don't know. Like
Awuke is a good track. It's a very good track, but I feel it would have actually done better. Yeah, it would have actually done better.
Yeah, so the reason why I say it's a good track is basically because as we discussed the day we met, I told you something about Nigerian music not having enough. There's no danceable songs like
sure.
In the late 90s and the early 2000s, where there was always a dance pattern to each
track
song that comes out here. But not now. It's like vibe. Yeah, the music is good.
You're just vibing, but it's not like danceable.
It's not like danceable, and there's no. So Davido on his previous album was trying to do this whole. Let's get a dance for this particular hit song, and it's a strategic move by Davido. Now in the social media space, when you post these things online, everybody wants to copy along. Then you now give maybe a trend or maybe a task to what are you calling them to the fans and say, oh, let's do this a challenge. So we can do like an Awuke challenge and say, okay, let's do this, and your song is going up on different platforms. TikTok.
The more you do the contents,
exactly. So basically, I think that's what it is. That's what makes that song a good one for me. We have Uncle K Lemon Case. They did 2,500 album units during the week. We had Children of Africa EP. Please tell us about this album by Shei Vibes.
Shei Vibes, this guy, that's also one person who doesn't disappoint. She has actually had an ascension, which he has kept it original, the street vibe, making sure that he gives it done a lot of people that actually, stood out to that Sheyi vibes. And this is Sheyi vibes. You understand? So Sheyi is someone who is good. He's on that level where sometimes he goes down and sometimes he comes up.
I think in this album he went a little bit slow on this album.
Yeah, he went.
A couple of songs that I'm like, I might listen to Sheyi Vibes right now.
well, that's the good thing. Most times when you work with international records or you have management, they will always want you to actually do something different from what you always. It's a good thing. An artist has to be versatile. An artist doesn't have to always be in a one direction where everybody knows that. You have to bring in something new. That's when people respect you as a whole round artist. So that was Sheyi Vibes, just bringing us another side of him that we couldn't actually, expect. Yeah.
Yeah. So moving on. We have The Machine Is Coming by
Big Kala.
So tell us about the whole thing with Big Kala and Odumodu Black, really, and Blackbone. What's it about?
Well. For me, as an industry person, I'll always say that all this backlash thing, well, we know it's the push music.
Okay.
Because there's no way you guys did a track, like, it's not even how long.
Wow.
And where is the beef coming from?
Yeah.
I don't understand. Are you just trying to do something that you're going to be on the headlines where people are going to okay, Big Kala, and you're announcing, just tell us that you're announcing your project.
Exactly.
Let's know that you're announcing your project.
Yeah, and he said something
you
about...
guys should stop telling us about the beef and what's the beef? There's no beef. I just know that it's a strategy to, push an upcoming project.
And he also mentioned something about his, the hip hop genre and how his song Declan Rice was in the past 20 years was the biggest song, or the song with the cultural appeal
that brought the hip hop music back. Well, I agree with him, but not 100%. Declan Rice really brought that hip hop thing back, but not like the way he's saying it. It was a very great track that had a lot of international appraisal, and which was a good thing for him because he's been in the industry for a long time. Some people don't even know Odumodu has been for a long time. So that track was also like a revelation for him, bringing him out there, making people know that there's this guy, Odumodu Big Kala.
Yeah, but going back to the years, we see that there are some songs, because when you talk about the cultural relevance and cultural appeal to people locally, I feel like there are some other sounds or songs that have come before it and say, oh, this song basically ruled at the time.
Definitely, that's why I said Declan Rice was a good track at some level, but not as he is saying that it changed the hip hop. No. It's not possible.
So let's look at Mariah, which comes in next. It had 1,900 album units during the week. What do you think about the album so far? It's a long time it's out, but then again, it's still doing numbers.
Well, it's not like a bad blood, but for me, I feel like Wizkid, Mariah, when he dropped it, it was something that actually, I didn't actually feel this album for me. Personally, I didn't feel Mariah. I didn't actually feel it. The fact I was actually waiting for something more special from what, the hype that he actually, putting out the album. I didn't even listen to, till today, I've not listened to the album.
Whole album?
Yeah, the complete album.
Lungu Boy also did the same numbers too. What do you think about Lungu Boy?
Oh, Lungu Boy.
By Ashake.
Well, Ashake has actually gotten some kind of decline from where we know Ashake 2 years ago. He has always been in that position. Probably, I don't know, probably it's because of a change of management or it's probably the new management are really not doing it the way they have to do it. But Lungu Boy hasn't, for me, I'm not moved I'm not moved by the numbers that he is pulling right now, because this guy could pull more than this.
Yeah.
We know that Ashake, he was a cultural phenomenon like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
He could pull 3 times this. So I just see a decline from Ashake's side.
So let me bring Rema into this conversation, because I think we had a show recently, and during the show he brought in like the 3 mannequins that had the Burna Boy, Davido, Wizkid, and he's calling himself like the
big
part
four.
of the big four. And you know, this is a conversation that people talk about. So let me hear from your own point. At least I need to hear from your own point of view what you think about his claim about the big four, because his numbers are actually good, if you ask me.
Well, for the numbers, Rema is a superb talented artist. Like, give him his flowers.
Yeah.
Give Rema his flowers. For that, we can't actually dispute it. But Rema calling himself a big four, he's not yet. Because it's impact. Do you understand? When we talk about the big 3, David, Wizkid, Burna, these are people who have impacted. Do you understand? Their impact is very visible. Rema, for me, he has had a lot of international, breakthrough tracks. He's been doing super good with the massive work that Mavins is putting behind his projects and everything. I was opportune to have like a one-on-one talk with Tega some time ago, where he was actually showing us the kind of budgets that they put behind, artists like Arista and Rema to get them to that level. It's crazy.
Is it getting into billions of naira?
It's more than billions. We're talking about millions of dollars.
Wow.
So this is not something, but for Rema to call himself a big four, he's not yet. He's not yet at that level to call himself a big four. He still has a long way to go. These guys have been in the industry for decades. So we've seen what they've done. There's no year that an artist like David or Wizkid or Burna has not given us a project that speaks very loud. So if you want to call yourself a big four, you should be able to, get to that level. He's big internationally wise, but now what is a Rema can't actually pull some kind of, it's not crowd, but someone like Rema, he hasn't gotten to that level yet that we can call him a big four.
Yeah, but
there are a lot of artists like, then what are you going to say about artists like Olamide?
Yeah, Olamide is gold standard.
Olamide it's not even someone that we should even be trying to say he's even a big or a big four, or a big five, or big. Do you understand? There are a lot of artists that are are doing very good from about a decade right now. Where are you gonna put them? Are you gonna what are you gonna say about Wande Coal? Where are you gonna put him? So those are artists that have gotten to some kind of realm that Rema hasn't gotten yet.
Yeah.
To call himself a big four.
So you mean in terms of impact, right?
In terms of impact. He hasn't impacted yet that level to call himself a big four. Because, for instance, if he didn't have an artist like Selena Gomez, who is super big in the Latina, like she's a billionaire right now.
Yeah.
That's to tell you how super big she is out there.
And her fan base.
And her fan base. So if you don't have that kind of actors, if he didn't have that kind of actors like Selena on his Countdown remix, I'm not sure that Countdown remix would have given him those billions of streams that he had. So that was already the impact, and that was where Countdown was that track that brought Rema from the level where he was as a superstar to where he is right now. From that track, he exploded. That was one of the biggest tracks sometime in the world, where everywhere in India, in every continent, Australia, everybody was crazy about that track. But now the impact, who was that person? Selena Gomez. she was that person that gave that impact, that leverage to that song to get super big because of her fan base. And you know, the Latinas, they don't play. Those people, they're pulling in crazy numbers when it comes to their state.
You see what Bad Bunny is doing.
Sure.
Yeah.
So when you look at those kind of artists, when you collaborate with those kind of artists, what are you expecting? The turnout will be massive. So once you have that kind of massive turnout, it means it increases your popularity, it increases your aura, it increases a lot of things. So what do? What you do now is to try and meet up. After that, which of his tracks has given you that kind of numbers again? So that's when you see, oh, that's an artist who had an opportunity to have someone to impact, you know, a song he did to bring him to some kind of levels. Because only that track alone, he did a lot of shows around the world. He even went to India.
Yeah.
He pulled out a crazy crowd because of that track alone. So if it wasn't that track, he wouldn't actually be going, you know, those kind of places to pull those kind of millions of crowds that he was pulling. So that's the impact. You need to be an artist that you've impacted the people. You've had a fan base. How many people are the Rivers? How many people are the Rivers? Like his fan base, they call them the Rivers. How many of them are they? But if you want to call the FC, you know it. Yeah. If you want to call the 30 BG, you know it. So that's it. You need to already have that kind of level where you will call yourself, once you get to that point, it's going to be very obvious. Nobody's going to dispute it. When you see you've gotten to that level where you are a big four, we say yes, you are.
Yeah. So the time is running fast spent now, but I need to ask you about what do you think this industry needs, you know, to further. This is the final question actually. So what do you think the industry needs right away, from basically a policy side point of view to just to get investments back into the country in mass? So what do you think from the government side or from private investors? Do you think private and government should come together? What is your own take on the industry going forward?
Well, the industry, I really don't think the government even needs to come into the industry. Like, the music industry has been sustaining the country, entertainment in general. That's what has been sustaining the country. Like, for instance, the numbers are very clear. Look at what the kind of money that dated December, just at the December period. Look at the kind of budget that like Lagos State alone had for dated December. So you see that the music industry, the entertainment industry in the whole doesn't even need the government. They don't need the government because it's a very lucrative industry. There's a lot of money in music. There's a lot of money in entertainment. So the stakeholders, they just need to make sure that we have a lot of these events, probably, you know, talking to the artists, to making them understand that they can try and, you know, bring down their prices for bookings because it's crazy. Right now, you see there's a decline from the Afrobeat because a lot of Nigerian artists don't get booked again because of how much they charge for bookings. So it's just that part for me that I feel like, you know, the stakeholders, the music stakeholders can be able to, like, educate the artists on trying to be affordable. Because the more they're affordable, the more we have a lot of events happening. And the more, you know, we make money. The more the states will make money, the more the artists will make money, the more the show promoters will make money, the more the media as well will make money because they're gonna have content to put out there. So yeah.
Yeah, that's really amazing to see because it's like I'm taking it in. I'm like, oh, I'm the government. I need to go do this right now. Or I'm a private investor. I need to go do this right now. But so definitely, I feel this is what you said about that is something that needs to be put in place. There've been a lot of controversies about how we don't get enough shows anymore because that's where the money is, apart from streaming.
That's where the money is.
Yeah, we don't know exactly.
Because if you are not actually directing your music, like cross-marketing your music, for instance, as I said, if you have 1 million, a Nigerian artist, for him to have 1 million streams on Spotify, he gets just $300. That's no money. So now, if you're making that kind of small money and you're not getting shows, how are you gonna make money? You can't actually get to any point in your life as an artist. So we need to make sure that there's little things, like we need to have a lot of shows coming up. But now, the shows are gonna come if we have good headliners, because the fans are gonna go out because they're going out for a particular artist who is actually, making buzz. They want to go for those shows. But now, how are they gonna go if the tickets are expensive? The show promoter wants to make his money back. That becomes a whole big issue. So are we gonna wait till December before we should be able to have back-to-back events, which is not even gonna be for us, because this is gonna be for those people who are coming from outside, because they can afford them.
But we can't.
But we, the people that consume the music every day, can we afford those shows? I'm not sure.
Well, it's a lesson for everybody and all that, and this is why we have shows like this to help people to understand where we are at not just about the whole vibe of music, but about the business of it and where and what we can do to make it creative, to make it good. And thank you so much, Brown, for coming to our studios today to help us.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure, Anthony.
Yeah. So I would like to have you here again so we can talk more, because I know that there are more from where this came from.
Sure, definitely. There's a lot of topics that we can really touch.
Yeah. So thank you so much. Yeah. And to our viewers, thank you for sticking with us, and definitely would like to get to know your views, comments, like, share, and just do what you do as fans of BusinessDay TV. Thank you so much for watching. This is where we end the show. Goodbye.